That is an incredibly valid statement. Yeah. There was an interesting transition between Hill 1 and Hill 2 by, I think, not the residents, but maybe faculty. The Hill 2 pusher definitely just, we might have some color videos coming up.
Is this historical footage?
Well, good
so.
teams and bad teams. Not messing up, not making it out to the line late and getting DQ'd, not cutting it too close and dropping your buggy on the way out. You know, like, if you don't get the basics right, you don't even get a chance to put a time down.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Swift. It's been a pleasure.
And we're back to the present.
I'm here with G. KDR, right?
All right, counting down until the next race and the next heat.
Pusher this year, or are you the driver?
I'm not a pusher. I wish I was.
Got a little bit of a late start here. So
you guys have
kick it off with an explanation of what is this sport that you may have tuned into this morning, because some of you out there are probably parents. Some of you may have just stumbled across us on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube Live, who knows? So, Lina and Ethan, why don't you guys go ahead and give us a breakdown on what we are looking at this morning.
So, Buggy is an age-old CMU tradition dating back over 100 years now. Rumor has it started by frat boys pushing shopping carts down the road. Hence Buggy, it's like Pittsburgh word for shopping cart. And now it's evolved into the sport where we have these carbon fiber torpedoes essentially rolling down the hill at like upwards of 30 miles an hour, which are essentially batons that are passed from pusher to pusher after a free roll portion where the driver steers independently. And yes, there is a person inside, very short usually, under 5 foot typically.
One caveat to that will be our next heat, though, which is the one and only Robo Buggy. And very impressive things from Robo Buggy this year. They have been rolling fully autonomous for the first time in maybe ever, but definitely at least in the last 6-7 years.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. I can't wait to see how they perform around the course. It looks like they're putting up some pretty good shoot times in the free roll. And they have a new buggy out this year, or at least a new shell, so I'm really excited to see.
New internals as well inside. They redid the entire thing from the bottom up. There's one sensor. It's a GPS RTK unit, which has centimeter accuracy, so the buggy knows where it is precisely at all times, and that's how they've been able to go fully autonomous. Previously, they used technology that only allowed them to sense their location up to like 10 feet, so they would crash a lot. You'd see the Robo Buggy in the free roll kind of swerve into the curb at various points in time. They'd finish the course in around 6 minutes, but now they've halved that time, and they're getting towards normal roll speeds.
Yeah, that accuracy difference is because there's a second GPS unit that is going, hey, I know where I am, but I also know what the satellites are telling me. And whatever the difference is the error, and then that unit tells the one on the buggy, hey, you're off by this much. And the one on the buggy goes, oh, cool, now I really know where I am.
It's really incredible technology. They've actually installed an antenna on top of Hammerschlag in order to use this unit properly. So they put in a lot of work to making this Robo Buggy functional.
There are usually reference beacons like that sprinkled around all over the country, usually near airports, but having your own very local one takes much more of the error out. And a lot of this was developed for farming, where you can actually, have these fairly automated units for, plowing or for seeding or for weeding that can do the same pattern very accurately, because every square inch of a farm is valuable, right? And so having tractors that don't run over your own plants is a good benefit, and this technology lets that happen.
So, Mark, what you're telling me is that a buggy is basically just a tiny tractor.
Tiny, useless tractor from a food growing perspective. Also a very inefficient means of transit, but it still is special somehow.
You leave Short Circuit alone.
Well, we see Short Circuit down here on the line, and I think he's giving a wave to the crowd, twitching its front wheel there a little bit.
So you see some actually reasonably good back wheels on that thing.
Yeah, we're really anticipating that they're going to put up a solid time. From what we're hearing, they've been, in the mid 3-minute range, which really is semi-competitive women's time these days.
I believe that's Delaney down at Hill 1 holding Short Circuit right now. If you have a spotter's guide, thank Delaney for that.
Yeah, some very nice graphics on that. Painstakingly cropped images of each buggy in PowerPoint, I believe.
Yeah, which is not easy to do in PowerPoint. And painstakingly chosen Comic Sans for all of your buggy names.
And to give Delaney an additional shout out here, Delaney is effectively part of 3 different buggy organizations. Robo Buggy, she's a driver for SDC, and she is part of Radio Club and has been out here helping out with NET. So if you guys see Delaney around the course, she is the MVP of the year, in my opinion.
Truly living and breathing buggy.
Hey, are we getting trap times? Did they get some of the speed times off of the monument trap? I don't have that sheet up because I'm standing here with.
We will get that for you, and we'll get that to you in a little bit, Mark.
All right, just checking to see if we're actually looking at them.
I believe we see Little Aussie Mander, Dog Extraordinaire. Here on our Dog Cam. Dog Cam, a timely tradition of CMU TV.
And we have somebody looking confused about whether or not the race is about to start.
They're not the only one, Connor.
Well, we're starting to see a good crowd pile in here this morning, which is great to see. Last year was our first race since the pandemic, and we got a good crowd, but not the traditional crowd. And I think this year we're going to see potentially record-breaking crowds. I'd love to see that.
I would too. There's been a lot of alumni coming back for these last 2 race days, and so it's lovely to see them all out on the course. Of course, it being early in the morning, we're not seeing quite the crowds that we will, say later in the morning, early afternoon. So make sure you find a good spot now and stick with it. All right, we are a minute and a half out from race.
Great. Alrighty. So, I see a couple people waving up here at the top because their head is on camera. Maybe a former sweepstakes chairman, Elon Bauer. Not giving me a wave though. Guess he doesn't like me.
Hi, Elon.
We have a great shot right now of the massive construction project that's happening down here. And if you are an older alum and you're wondering, well, where's Skibo Gym? Unfortunately, Skibo Gym is no longer a thing. Skibo Gym is being replaced by the new Highmark Health and Wellness Center. And hopefully next year we will get full 3 lanes back. But because of the construction, we only have enough space on the front hill to safely run 2 lanes. So every race today is going to be 2 buggies at a time at most. So if you're wondering why we're not rolling 3, well, temporary. But next year we should be back to ready to go. We are 30 seconds from the start of what we are anticipating will be the record time for the Robo Buggy.
Excellent.
That'll be exciting.
2.
Uh-oh.
Inauspicious start.
Short Circuit decided to make that turn into the curb.
Well,
Oh, correcting now.
And it is
Beautiful.
corrected itself. Let's go. And here we have Delaney blasting up Hill 1. Look at that form. It is grace. It is speed. It is power.
It is a push bar at her eye line.
It is the swim style technique of pushing. And if Emily Ostrin, you are out there watching this, Delaney is taking right after what you taught her how to do. And here we go with the transition from 1 to 2.
And that
Very
was
smooth
Very
transition.
about a 37-second transition from Hill 1 to Hill 2.
picking up speed here.
They've actually had to put weights on the bottom of Short Circuit because otherwise it's too light.
Ooh, a little bit of a correction there, but it has found its way. It is now driving on the correct side of the road, so I guess it's a licensed driver now.
Fantastic.
Oh, a little bit of a swerve again.
It's just putting on a show for us, guys. It's taking its sweet time and just deciding.
Oh, all right.
Hey, no curb strikes.
No curb strikes, except for that first one.
It never hit the curb. Got very, very close, though.
I wonder if they've had to do any overrides for the GPS. They do have the option to manually control it from the follow car if they want to.
Interesting.
Well, it looks to have found its line and is rolling pretty smoothly now.
The technology that's in this thing is just so far and above my head.
There it goes.
So
Did that buggy just get airtime?
Well, Ethan, you were telling us that they needed to put weights on the bottom of the buggy, so it is possible it got some airtime.
It's very possible. The frame is very light on its own.
Mark, how is the buggy doing now it's coming down the chute?
well, it's oh, there it is. It was hiding behind the monument, so it was taking a very, I'm going to call it wide line, but no transition flagger, no shoot flagger, since the robot doesn't need that.
Technology is incredible.
But here it comes. It's actually, this would be what I would call a very scary shoot turn so far, but really, actually pretty suitable for a robot. And there it goes. That, kudos to the robot team. Robo Buggy.
Got a little 2.5 hill right here.
Yep.
And the Hill 3 is picking up deep in the turn, but knew that it was going to be there. And that is one of the most important things to know as a Hill 3 pusher is exactly where you need to line up. We saw it earlier on the last heat, right? A couple people got burned pretty good.
This is why practice is important, because as a Hill 3 pusher, you need to know exactly where that buggy is going to end up, and so that you don't end up causing the driver to either brake or slow their speed, so you can pick it up nicely. And it looks like they had a 2.5 pusher, like Ethan said. So now we're on our Hill 3 pusher.
I believe that was a 3 to 4 transition, and that was a very solid transition from them.
It's the 2.5 pusher transition directly into Hill 3.
So looking at the front wheel on that thing as it went past, I can clearly see where their improvement for speed could come. The little caster's not really getting it done. Those back wheels are fine.
If anybody knows anything about Mark, Mark is an expert when it comes to the trickery and magic of buggy wheels.
I've seen a few.
Yeah, they're generally a topic of great mystery. A lot of people don't know how the wheels work. Oh, wow, a lot of speed picked up here on Hill 5.
Lena, where are we sitting at with the times right now?
I think we're at a 33 minutes, 40 seconds.
We think we can get under 4?
I think we can.
Guys, truck it.
Absolutely motoring here. This is a beast of a Hill 5 pusher that Robo Buggy has recruited.
And hand on the push bar. Excellent, excellent job.
Congratulations to the Robo Buggy team for getting it around the course on what we assume is full autonomous. That would be the first time they've done that in quite some time.
Yeah, and I can say the speed trap's working down here. That was a relatively slow trap time of about 15 miles an hour. Typically, the fastest buggies are kind of 35 to 38. But the technology is working, so we're going to have some good data.
Yeah, they probably lost a little speed when they were scrubbing back and forth across the hill there, trying to find their line.
And Mark, with today being a pretty exceptionally warm race day compared to what we've had in the last couple of years, how do you think that's going to affect our speed and our shoot lines down there?
It's going to be great. We're going to get, I'll tell you two magic secrets about wheels. One, round is really good, and the other one is that these urethane tires like to be warm. And so one of the little things they're doing, why they bring the buggies out so late, hover them above the street and then put them down at the last second, is they're keeping the wheels warm. They've heated them in the trucks. And so when the roads are warm, your wheels cool off a little less quickly, which helps you keep that higher speed all the way through the course. And I expect to see some phenomenally good free roll times today. We had truck weekend. There was a couple buggies that threw down some pretty impressive times on a cold day. And so on a warm day, we're going to see some real speed. And that, of course, when you go faster, it changes the dynamics in the shoot turn, because your speed definitely causes higher forces in terms of the turning forces. So it's a bigger challenge for the driver to handle that speed. And part of the shoot turn is all about timing. So getting their timing down for a slightly quicker turn that's why drivers are important. So it should be a good day. Very interesting out here.
Yeah, another thing we'll be seeing is that big increase in speed might change lines a lot. We've been practicing mostly in very cold temperatures until now. I believe last weekend was in the 30s, as was the weekend before. So the drivers won't be used to this speed, and hopefully they're able to compensate for that.
So we're going to read down the rosters here for this next heat. We have another faculty race coming up. In lane 1 is the MCS team. On hill 1, Ken Hovis. Hill 2, Eric Eitri. Hill 3 is Maggie Braun. Hill 4 is Lisa Arugan. And Hill 5, Drew Bridges. In lane 2, we have CIT. On Hill 1, we have Bill Nace. Hill 1.5 is Albert Presto. Hill 2 is Jerry Wang. Hill 3, Aaron Johnson. Hill 4, Vincent Sokoloski. Hill 5, Mark Badillion. And Hill 5.5 is Lori Craner. I think it's pretty smart of them to split up these hills. They're long hills.
Yeah, very tiring.
Oh, a great side angle on us. Look at how good we look.
Hi, Mom.
Oh, man. I can't get over the side angle, guys. It's wonderful. CMU TV does a great job every year, but right now they are doing a particularly excellent job.
So I don't know what the crowd looks like up at your end, but we're starting to get, I'm going to call it a crowd down here in the shoe.
We've definitely got a crowd. I would say probably at right around 75 to 100 people up here, Mark. We're got a pretty good crowd for 7, 8
It's
o'clock.
quite early,
Yeah,
yeah.
we've got tens of people down here, tens of people. Maybe 3 or 4 tens of them.
Well, hopefully we'll be in the hundreds of people here shortly.
It's a beautiful day. Get out here. You wake up and you're just listening to RCT and you're laying in your dorm room. Get on down here. It's a beautiful day. There might even be free donuts. I don't know.
We're seeing buggies come out to the line. It looks like we have Solaris from Apex in lane 1, and in lane 2 we have Roadrunner from CIA.
Love seeing one of our buggies out here.
Very interesting.
Which one's MCS? CIT?
CIT is lane 2, and MCS is in lane 1. The pushers have taken their stances and have taken off, and they are launching up here on Hill 1. We are seeing some pretty solid separation coming up here from the CIT team in lane 2. But MCS is making a little bit of a late push to get caught up here. And we may be seeing a pass up here on Hill 2, depending on what the talent is between the two teams.
Oh, it's tight.
That was about a 19-second Hill 1 time for both, and that includes the Hill 1.5 to Hill 1.
Love Jerry Wong's leggings. Very big statement.
And the two buggies are pretty evenly spaced right now. I think we're going to see the CIA buggy pull away just slightly, but that was a really, really impressive front hills from both of those teams.
A little bit of correction going into the bike lane.
Looks like we were trying to get our clock up here and running. Roadrunner catching a little bit of air there on a crack, but still cruising out good.
That was about a 58-second stop time.
Right, taking the upper transition flag.
Unless Roadrunner has a
Second
very
buggy taking
distinctive
the flags.
bar.
There's a huge gap here in this heat. Turning in the chute. Pretty smooth. I would say one little correction right at the beginning, but that's a very nice chute turn. The CIA buggy, this buggy coming through. Very nice turn.
And now we see the CIT team picking it up on Hill 3. This should be Aaron Johnson, and behind them, Maggie Braun.
I've been told Aaron Johnson was actually a pusher for CIA back in the day, so very fitting that he has one of our buggies.
I actually spoke to him yesterday. He could confirm that he was on CIA.
And Vincent Sokoloski here looks like an absolute athlete.
Oh, yeah. Great form all around. Good bump and run.
What do you think? Linebacker? Running back? Wide receiver?
Track team.
Track team.
Yeah.
Good choice.
Here's Mark Badillion.
Mark Badillion this year has been apparently very helpful with a lot of the teams, just helping them get up to speed with how to mechanic, how to maintain, how to build buggies. So he gave it maybe a little bit too much of a shove here.
So he
He's
can catch it.
struggling to catch up here, but Lori should be here somewhere to grab the buggy, and there she is with the gold shorts on.
She's going for gold.
And she is about to take this across the line with a gold for CIT, and CIT for the rest of eternity is going to be able to hold this over the MCS team.
Now, they did have 2 extra pushers over the MCS team, so maybe that counts for something. A little bit bit of extra speed in those shoes.
And the difference in the buggies too, I think definitely helped them out there a little bit.
Yeah, Roadrunner's push bar, I'm sure if you're watching at home, you can notice the difference has a significant, and that's about a 304, 306 for MCS.
Solidly beat Robo Buggy.
So those buggies rolling considerably quicker than the previous buggies. We saw about a 32 mile per hour trap time down here, which is that's going to be about the lower end of what we're going to see for most of the buggies coming through in the men's and women's and races, and we will probably see something close to a 38 today, although 37, 38 is about to peak. So it definitely, I'm pretty sure they didn't full on prep that buggy, and it's still rolling pretty good, so that's a sign of what's to come.
And I believe that we're going to see that buggy later today as the A-team buggy on their men's team. Ethan, you can confirm or deny that.
I believe Roadrunner will be B this year. I believe we'll be doing Kingfisher as A team for men's and Equinox for women's.
But the B team, I imagine you guys think is going to be pretty competitive this year?
We're hoping so. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of shenanigans with our alternates list, but you know, by day 2, hopefully things have settled out a little bit.
Excellent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have another exhibition for you today. We have 5 exhibitions coming your way, and this exhibition coming up is going to be for SDC. And if you are wondering why SDC is competing in an exhibition and not competing today, unfortunately SDC, due to some safety concerns, was disqualified from race day this year. They've been working with sweepstakes and are prepared and ready to go for this exhibition, where they will be running what seems to be a fairly competitive team to kind of just show off what they were working on all year and get a chance to really make do with all of their efforts on the season. And we anticipate them to come back next year even stronger, even safer, and rejoin as a really strong and established member of the buggy community as they have been for decades.
Yeah. We'll see what kind of time they can put up here. I know some of their pushers are scattered across other teams, have been kind of redistributed, but I believe this heat is going to be mostly seniors who are getting like one last race day push.
It's really awesome to be able to race on your last race day. So it's important to allow these seniors the grace and the ability to put up a time on a race day, even if it isn't going to be put up and counted on the leaderboard. So really looking forward to this race and seeing what sort of times they can put up.
I vaguely remember, I think it was 2013 or 2014, Pika had a spin on the first day, and they ran their men's A-team as an exhibition instead of their alumni on the second day, and actually set a time that may have competed to win for race day if it had been a little later in the day when the roads were warm.
Wow.
That was a pretty impressive performance.
I think every alumni heat has a small understanding that if you are in that alumni heat, there's a solid chance that your students for that year, in case something happens on day 1, will kick you off to have their day in the sun. And I think that's fantastic.
And so while we're waiting for SEC to come out to the line, Ethan and Lena, why don't you guys give us a little bit of a rundown on what you're expecting to see from this heat?
Well, I'm hoping to see a sub 2:10 time from this team, if possible. What do you
That would
think?
be quite impressive. I don't believe they're wheel treating or heating, so they'll be a little speed restricted in the free roll, but maybe they can put up a really solid time in spite of that. Just through sheer pusher strength.
And we are... And what you guys are seeing down here at the bottom of the course is called the pull test. This is a safety test that is done after every single race to make sure that the driver is harnessed into the buggy properly. And it looks like Apex right there just had everything go all clear. So we are moving on, and everything is all set up and ready to go for them to continue to race for the rest of the day.
Once we get into the non-exhibition heats, we'll also start seeing drops tests. Those are another very important safety check to make sure that the brakes have been working properly throughout the race. Yeah, it's always one of the big fears teams have, that they come back from around the course, they put up a solid time, and then their buggy breaks just over the line and they get disqualified. It's heartbreaking.
It's why practice and maintenance are important, because you want to make sure that you're able to run at race day speeds before race day, and you can still check and make sure that all of your safety equipment, your brakes, are all good and compatible with the spot safeties and safety checks. Not only to make sure that your driver is going to be safe and everybody else on the road is safe, but to make sure that you don't accidentally DQ your team. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah. A lot of things you do to go fast work against you in the drop test. Because if you're doing a drop test with, say, some practice wheels that don't go very fast, then you're not going to really accelerate when they drop you. So it's easier to stop.
I gotta say, this looks like a pretty prepped and ready to go SDC team. So let me read out the roster for this. On Hill 1, we have Kelton Grimes. Hill 2, Matt Garcia. Hill 3, David Rotuno. Hill 4, Kevin Liu. And Hill 5, Om Patel.
Oh,
And there we go. We are off. We are blasting up here on Hill 1. It is Inferno getting pushed by Kelton Grimes. We are coming up here to the 1-2 transition already. This is a really flying time up here on Hill 1 for an exhibition. We are just at about 18 seconds on that transition. And Matthew Garcia is flying, absolutely cruising, shoves it off about a 29-second time into the free roll.
And that was a good and deep shove. And so you can tell, because when you have when you're speeding like that, you go all the way down, and instead of moving to the left or the right, you just keep sprinting into the woods. And that is Suzanne in Inferno, I believe.
We see them coming around here to about the stop sign, kicking up a little bit of dust there, which is signs that the buggy is moving pretty quick.
And that was about a 55 stop time.
all right. So I see him taking the upper transition flag. I don't have a great angle because I'm not up in the tower again this year. Nice turn. Shoot turn right there. That was beautiful. Smooth, one nice arc. Held it in tight, and they're going to get some good roll up.
Yeah, Suzanne's a very experienced driver.
This is David Rotuno pushing here on Hill 3. Decent rollout, but not what we typically see from SCC.
That's correct.
That's probably a product of the wheels not being treated.
David is doing his best here to shove it up, and now he is pushing off to Kevin Liu, and Kevin looks determined.
He's zooming.
Yeah,
Good.
that was a 34 and a half. So far. And it looked like it was a nice, solid run to a shoot down.
155 shove off into Hill 5. Hill 5, Om Patel. Last year's Hill 5 for Spirit. This man pushed the 20.9 second. He was our fastest Hill 5 in race day 2022.
And he has excellent form coming into the finish line. Hand on the push bar.
And we are across in a
Very nice.
2:16.62, which is an incredibly impressive time for the morning. How early we are in the morning, how cold the streets are right now, and from what we're hearing, no heated wheels.
Yeah.
And maybe not even their full 18 lineup.
Yeah, that was impressive.
We'll have to see where that plays out later in the day in terms of positioning.
You'll notice if you look at that buggy, they have rear fairings on the rear wheels, so they have little aerodynamic devices cutting the air for the rear wheels. Wheels have terrible aerodynamics, so putting something like that on there really adds a benefit in terms of aerodynamics. Of course, it's a risk-reward problem. If those things touch the wheel or fail in any way, you've negated anything you've gained by better aero. But they were really trying. If you see those things, you know somebody's serious.
Yeah, they're very difficult to implement, especially because the attachment point you're putting them onto is going to be very small. So they tend to rattle a lot, and all those little vibrations might cause that wheel to rub just a little bit, which is super hard to detect.
Yep.
Well, that was a really great run. We're seeing a replay here of that shoot turn, Mark, that you said was a really, really nice turn.
Yeah, if I think any organization would love to have that shoot turn. That was beautiful, actually. I'm almost weeping.
All right, and I believe we're seeing a drops test now.
So
Good
Len, you
old
wanna explain
shirt
what a
there.
drops test is?
Yeah, of course. So drops is there in order to make sure that the brakes are working safely on race day. Now, the shirt is there to signal where the brakes should be implemented, and the line past that shirt is where you need to stop by. Nose over the line, your driver and your time doesn't qualify.
No reviews. And it looks like they've stopped in time.
I'm gonna describe the crowd down here. It's like 90% Sigma News, and there's a bunch. It's kind of crazy. They're expecting something this year. I'm not sure what. But there's a lot of them down here.
They expecting to collect a whole bunch of wheel shreds?
I don't know. There's a lot of they are the kings of tire chickens. So we'll see.
Oh man, well, tire chickens is a word I haven't heard in a while, and I'm not sure anybody up here knows what a tire chicken is, so we'll move on from that one, Mark.
No, I can explain it. Sometimes, particularly I'm going to go 10 years ago or so, some organizations ran tires that were really fast, but maybe didn't hold together down here under the forces of turning. And they would give up little pieces, sometimes big pieces. And once the buggies are safely passed, some individuals ran out in the road like little chickens pecking for corn. They were picking up little shreds of tire. It's kind of a hobby for some of them. Sometimes you get a ball bearing instead, which is weird, but tire chickens. Bagak. There, I said it.
Well, we have humans who are animals, and dog cams, and buggies that are tractors. We're just doing everything differently this year, aren't we?
I haven't had much caffeine yet either.
I've had maybe a little too much. I'm a little jittery.
Well, the weather is really starting to get really nice up here. Sun is starting to just slightly creep over the top of the buildings, and it's going to be a little bit later that the sun's going to hit the street up here in Hill 1 this year with how tall and how menacing, I would say, the new Highmark Health and Wellness Center is. I got to get used to not saying skibo.
There is a little shred of skibo preserved up the hill. You can just see it. So that sweaty gymnasium that you know and love is still partially intact.
That sweaty gymnasium used to be where design comp took place. Oh no, and the coffee is down. The child is unamused and unperturbed.
But the parents are disappointed.
That could have been all of their coffee.
All right, well, it looks like we are about to have our next run of the day. In lane 1 is going to be the athletics team. On hill 1 is Molly McCracken. Hill 2 is Kyle Goldcamp. Hill 3, Shay Little. Hill 4, David Sloan. Hill 5, Ben Gaboni. And hill 5.5, Jared Novotny. Driver was listed as Sachi in Kraken, but it's actually going to be Abby Glass in Roadrunner, or maybe
Or
not.
will it?
Well, we'll figure that out eventually. And in lane 2 is going to be the Fringe alumni pushing their new buggy Brimstone. On hill 1 is going to be Aubrey Higginson. Hill 2, Dave Singh. Hill 3, Dia Nuxall. Hill 4, Adrian Cager. And Hill 5, Jason Chadwick.
Quick correction there. I think for Hill 1, we actually have Sam Connor, former driver of Fringe. They're there at the start of Hill 1. Hello, Sam.
And shout out to Sam. Sam is from my hometown of Northport, New York. And Northport, New York has a surprisingly long buggy history. Michelle Mirabella, 2009 race day winner and record setter, also from Northport, New York.
Wow.
Northport, New York.
Is that Long
We make
Island?
buggy people.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Something in the water in Northport.
There's also a power plant, so maybe we're just all mutants.
Now, I believe Sam is going to be pushing to Aubrey, who has a Hill 1.5.
Gotta cram those alumni in. Very eager to push.
They haven't touched a buggy in years, and they are eager for it.
Or I believe the Fringe alumni like to call themselves the Fralum. They like to do that thing with the FRs.
We put the FRs wherever we can, truly.
And we are about to start the race here. And Roadrunner's back.
And it looks like the athletics team's Hill 1 went missing. So that's Sam Thompson, former CAA chair.
Okay, well, hopefully the rest of the athletic team shows up. Otherwise, Sam might be doing a full Ironman here, which would be a feat.
And Sam has pushed off to Aubrey.
Do we have two Sams on Hill 1? We have a Sam
look at
versus
that.
Sam.
Sam.
And Sam pushes off to the athletics team. This is not Kyle Goldcamp. I guess this is Molly McCracken. Best we can guess.
And a shove off to Dave. It's about a 37-second hill one.
Okay, I'm being told this is actually the Caps team that is pushing on Roadrunner. So that was Susan Marine. Sarah Mark's going to be on 3. Hill 4 is going to be Lucas Herbaldinger, and Hill 5 is going to be Grace Way.
Now that I think about it, the heat that we thought was Caps had a lot of guys wearing athletics shirts in it, so
And
they
were
might have done a
very
little shuffle.
athletic.
Yeah.
They were very athletic, yeah.
Anyway, we see Roadrunner coming down here to the stop sign, but a 113.
Not bad.
And Fringe is somewhere behind them. Mark, it's your turn. What's going on
taking
down
the
the
upper
chute?
transition flag. Weed truck it. Huge weed. Pretty smooth. A little bit of pressure. Second buggies wide coming through, but yep. Both buggies through smoothly.
All right, and on Hill 3
Not
for the
blown away
Caps.
on hill 3.
Sarah Mark catching up to the buggy here. Fringe looks like their alumni team with Dia Nuxel might be looking to make a bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the back hills. Now, I won't say much, but, you know, I'm going to wait for the trap time. But it looks like Fringe caught up a little bit in every roll. It could have something to do with the shove at Hill 2.
They
Oh, and they are now neck and
Oh,
neck.
this will be exciting.
They did catch up. They were about a mile per hour quicker. And then they had a really good hill 3 pickup for an exhibition heat versus the lead buggy got dusted by the wind.
My goodness, this is an exciting Hill 4 here. The Fringe alum are taking the lead here, though, from the Caps team. Let's see if Caps can make it up on Hill 5.
That is a pass. That is a pass. And
Oh, Fringe stacked the
Wow.
back hills.
Yeah.
yes, they did.
And here we go. Fringe is flying now here, coming towards the finish line. All he's got to do is hand on the push bar, and they're going to take home the gold.
Excellent, excellent.
Both those buggies rolling in the low 30s, so not quite as quick as the SDC buggy that preceded them, but still pretty good speed for an exhibition heat.
Here we come across the line with the Caps team. Right about a 3:02. Honestly, I gotta say, I've been very impressed, not only with the times, but with the form that we've been seeing from all of the alumni, from all of the faculty teams. This has been a really great, hopefully really great harbinger of what's to come later on today.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing women's races this morning and seeing all of this training and all of this practice that our teams have had over this past year. I think they've had a lot of spring rolls come to fruition.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see a little bit more of a clean race day this year. Last year, there were a lot of disqualifications due to like miscellaneous mistakes, like procedural errors. So I think all the teams will be running a lot smoother this year, and you'll see a very clean, smooth race.
Roadrunner during replay into the stop sign. We saw a little bit of dust getting kicked up, telling Brimstone to eat my dust. And then we had the surprise pass by Brimstone. Oh, payback is,
What superhero does that buggy look like?
I was gonna say a giraffe.
Joffrey from Toys R Us.
So I think what you're thinking of is the Kirby Crackle, which was a shading technique invented by Jack Kirby, the creator of, I believe, Captain America, amongst other Marvel superheroes.
So like the Thing might have had a little of that crackle.
Mm-hmm. Kirby Crackle.
Snap,
Not
crackle,
John
and
Carpenter's Thing, but the Thing. Fantastic Four.
Oh yeah, he definitely had some crackle in him.
You can see the importance of a good Hill 3 pickup there. It definitely made that race. There was a huge gap that was erased because the second pusher hit it in stride at speed, and the buggy just kept all that momentum and all that speed, whereas the other buggy had definitely slowed, and they had to speed it back up.
Mm-hmm. It also made it, there was a huge difference in the Hill 3 pickup as well. I think that's what you just said.
All right, they have the heats coming up displayed on the Jumbotron. You see Sigma Nu A running by themselves in this first heat. It's their first chance to see their new buggy, Jaeger, which will be fun.
Yeah, I believe that this is going to be my exit. Will Weiner is going to be coming up. The voice and the sounds that you have all been waiting for is the dulcet tones of
I'm
Will
also
Weiner.
going to sign off, but I will be back for the mid-seats.
I am also signing off, and I will be back for the late exhibitions today.
Well, thank you both for joining me here in the booth. I'm going to steal your headset.
Fantastic. Yeah, I've been holding this the whole time.
Yeah.
All right, signing off.
Thank you, Ethan, for coming up here. And I'm going to stick around because it looks like Will's still packing up some things over here. So you unfortunately have to listen to me talk for a little bit longer. But eventually, we promise.
Whenever you're ready.
We promise.
Tell us about how cool the BAA is.
The BAA is the coolest organization out here. I mean, everybody knows that. But, my friends, the time that you have all been waiting for is now here. Will Weiner is taking over.
If you wanted to get a... Yeah. I saw your...
Hello, good morning, Buggy fans, Carnegie Mellon. We are just getting started to get underway with the first official races here of race day. Doing some swapping over in the booth. Lena, you're on this call, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Mark, you're still in the shoot, aren't you?
Nope, we have switched over to Hunter.
Oh, hello, Hunter. Good morning. How are you doing?
Yeah, great. It's a great morning to be doing buggy.
It is a beautiful day in the neighborhood, indeed, Carnegie Mellon. We are here, Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, in fact, for a beautiful day of races. So excited to be calling this action for all of you. Things are picking up. The crowd is filling out right here. So beautiful to see on this race day as everything is getting excited. And we're getting close to the start of the first race here. Sigma New A going to be rolling in their brand new buggy Jaeger. So excited to see this one rolling up here. So let's see, Buggy's on the course, so we're getting right into it here. All right, and we are off. This is the beginning. Women's prelims, race day one. Getting up the rosters and whatnot, but here we go. Sig New A.
Yep.
Looking nice on hill one, and on both sides, it sounds like Sig New may be kind of a dark horse. This is a really good-looking buggy, people are saying.
Looks very good out there, and that was a fast hill one. Good job.
But 25 seconds there, transition into hill two here.
Let's see if they can get the shove. And off and away it goes. Let's see how Jaeger does on its first race of its first race day. Now, really exciting to see Sig New building again this year. They've been racing Bungarus Crate, I believe, every year for the past 10 years solid. So,
Every year I've been alive. And a nice free roll here. It's looking smooth. That's a pretty buggy they got out there.
It is.
look at it go. That's about a 1 minute, 6 second stop sign. And Hunter, we're gonna pass it on over to you. What are you seeing down there?
Chute flag and making a smooth transition. And she's through cleanly.
Looked like
Brought it wide out the end of the chute and clean up into hill 3.
Looks like a little bit of a correction going in there, but and that's a pretty clean hill 3. Maybe overshot it a little bit. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. There we go.
Yeah, not the prettiest pickup right there. It's all right, it's day one, it's an 18. They definitely want to be making it on to day 2 here for Signu. 3 to 4 transition there. Sarah Misak picking up here on hill 4 as we get near to crossing the 2-minute mark on this first race of the women's prelims here in Buggy 2023.
And we just have trap speed data from that run. It coming in at 34.4 miles an hour.
Wow.
Not bad at all. That makes them relatively competitive with the SDC time we saw early in exhibitions.
And now the 5 coming through here as we're looking to close out this first race. Really interesting competitive landscape this year, something we'll get to a little bit more coming up, but door is wide open. You know, the Signu team would love to see perhaps a spot on the podium. Gonna need to shave a little bit of time off here. You know, it looks like a what do we get a crossover? 2:48 right there. So, you know, not gonna be a top time, but, you know, respectable. It's good to see they have a women's team out here. Good to see that brand new Buggy Jaeger rolling. And we got one in the books. So yeah, I think we're all here. We're settled. I know I was a little quick with that transition, but good morning, everybody. Welcome to Race Day. If you're here, you probably know what this is, but this is Buggy. These are prelims. The top 10 teams in this qualifying time are going to move on to tomorrow. We're going to do the women's right now, men's coming up after that. So what are we looking forward to seeing here on these women's races this morning?
So we're looking forward to seeing some fast buggies and some fast pushers out here. So, what is it? We're excited to be back for another race day. Past couple years have been a little rocky. Should I introduce myself first off?
So is that? Yeah, please do. Sorry, if you want to just hold up the mic a little closer.
Oh, no problem. Hi, my name's David Cohen. I'm a old Fringe chairman. I'm a current master's student. Yeah, I'm studying energy science, technology, and policy here at CMU. Happy to be here for the first year of student commentating. Excited to share some of my buggy knowledge I picked up over the years, and finally be up here in the booth with everybody.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Welcome, David.
we're really happy to have you, David.
Thank you.
It's definitely a fruit this morning. Fringe boot? I don't know. We'll work on it. Happy to be joined by y'all. Coming up next, we have Apex A and Fringe C. Apex, one of those teams, you know, this year, a lot of chatter about just with the field so wide open. Obviously, one of the big stories this year, the SDC disqualification. If you're just tuning in, due to some safety concerns, safety violations, SDC is not rolling this year at all, men's, women's. And so that really opens things up, right? They've been, as much as you can see, a dynasty over these past couple years. So a lot of opportunity on the leaderboard. Spirit, you know, last year's women's winners, good chance to repeat, but it's anybody's game, it looks like.
Yeah, and that's what's really exciting about this race day, because we're going to be able to see a lot of teams put up competitive times. Truly, anybody could come home with the first place spot in both women's and men's. There have been some great prediction data put up on the race day preview, which you can read on the BAA if you are a member. But I'm really looking forward to seeing all of those predictions getting disrupted by today's race day.
And BAA is a great source of information. I assume if you're watching this from afar, you're probably on that website, cmubuggy.org. But if not, you can see all of the times. You can see all the results. You can do this live stream. So historic information, so cmubuggy.org, a really great resource. That's where I'm getting all of my data from. As we prepare here for this second heat, today in the women's race, we are going to have a total of 12 heats. Kind of a new factor this year, as was the case last year, a bunch of construction in the former Skibo Gymnasium in the now soon-to-be Highmark Center for Health, Wellness, and Athletics. So only 2 lanes, so only 2 buggies can go maximum at a time. And I wonder, David, you know, have you gotten any insight? Just like, what's the course like this year? You know, it's kind of with paving and stuff like that, it's always different year to year. So what are the conditions?
So this year, the road, honestly, not as bumpy as years past. There have been some nights where Sweeps has had to fill some potholes in the middle of the night, but what's a year without that? And then down in the chute, and that's usually where we've been seeing a lot of bumps due to construction, because they're also working on the new mechanical engineering building down there, SCAFE. They knocked down the potato chip, and now they're putting up a new building. And so we were missing some speed bumps down there that we had last year that buggies lost a lot of speed on coming up Hill 3. but now we have some weird unevenness towards the beginning of the shoot. During some rolls, we had some buggies take some bumps, hit their noses on that, so I feel like drivers are aware of that, and they're looking out for that today.
So take a look. Not perfect conditions, but with the weather about as perfect as you can get. Let's go
Lovely
ahead
weather.
and introduce the teams. In lane 2, Fringe Women's C, the buggy is Barbie. The driver is Carly Cusick. Hill 1, Teresa Kai. Hill 2, Isabel Gloria. Hill 3, Madeline Huang. Hill 4, Karen Lee. And Hill 5, Manane Hu. And in lane 1, Apex Women's A, they are pushing Firefly. The driver is Leah Rested. Hill 1, Mackenzie Riley. Hill 2, Lisa Leung. Hill 3, Olivia Tom. Hill 4, Rachel Wilson. And Hill 5, Claire Swift, as the buggies are put down.
And they're off.
First 2 team heat of the day on the women's end. A little wobbly to start right there with Apex, but getting some separation as you would expect from an A and a C team. We'll keep an eye. Always one thing we always track throughout these days, who is the queen or king of the hill in terms of the fastest time. Uphill 1, uphill 2, as that 1-2 transition takes place for Apex just shortly after for Fringe.
Madam President's going out there with the Hill 2.
And looking for that shove into the free roll. Not a huge push from Apex there, but clean into the free roll. Getting some pretty solid separation now between themselves and Fringe as we're here. But Barbie, I can't say Barbie for some reason. Barbie rolling nicely right there, really not losing a lot of separation despite being a C team versus Apex's A.
Yeah, and we'll see how that Hill 2 shove affects Apex A's time in the free roll. Coming up on a stop sign time.
Stop sign, one of the big metrics we kind of like to track between teams if you're newer to Buggy. About 108 there, so that was slightly slower than Signu, I believe. Yeah, they were about a 106, so that's a really good just kind of metric of how teams are doing versus one another. As we get into the shoot.
Firefly just hit the shoot flag and turning a little wide, potentially losing some speed due to that. Barbie, streak of hot pink, not too far behind, and both through cleanly.
Here we go into that back hill pickup. Apex a little bit of a stutter there on hill 3. Olivia Tom picking it up, but she has it there. Fringe C staying in the picture. You know, several buggies lengths behind, but for a C team, a pretty nice showing here against an A. Apex A makes that 3-4 transition. Fringe C about to do the handoff there. And this is where kind of the A-team pushers seem to be separating themselves. After that free roll, you see that gap widening between the two.
Now, luckily, it isn't further in the day, but when the sun starts getting lower in the horizon, occasionally drivers start getting sun directly into their eyes on the back hill. So having the ability to just go in a nice straight line is pretty nice.
And 2:47.69 the time to beat Signu A with Jaeger. So Apex A want to move in the top spot. That's what they got to beat. It looks like they may be close to that, but we'll see where they cross here with hill 5. Coming through here, looking to make sure hands on that push bar. The buggy not getting away at 2:49.25. Unofficially, we will have the official time, but it looks like Signu A gonna hold on to that top spot. Fringe C looking for a sub 3-minute time. Coming right up on it there. 3:01.40, it looks like.
So currently we have Signu A sitting pretty at 2 minutes 47 seconds. What time did we see Apex A come in at?
It looked like they were just behind. It looked like it was a 2:49. I'm waiting to see the official information updated at cmubuggy.org. But it seems like maybe that softer push for Hill 2 might have cost them there.
We'll see if we're hoping for a day 2 for Apex A so that they can go back and redeem themselves later on. But in order to make day 2 a fast fact for those of you watching at home who might be new to the sport, you gotta make it on the leaderboard. That means the top 10 spots, top 10 times.
And, you know, something just interesting last year to this year that I think is really important to watch is, right, last year, the first full official race day since the pandemic began, and you had essentially, you know, people in leadership roles who'd barely been at a race day, and that kind of played out just in terms of a lot of disqualifications. The weather was bad, so on and so forth. It was just a wonky year. The big question this year is, will teams be able to get through cleaner, to not have as many DQs? A big thing to answer, but so far, 2 clean heats.
Yeah, I think absolutely after last year, all the teams have definitely learned what to do and what not to do. We've made sure to hammer down on certain things at Rolls. The past few weekends of Rolls have been going incredibly smoothly, I must say, before this. So we had a good truck weekend. We had a good weekend before truck weekend. So I feel like the teams, they're being extra careful this year.
Yeah,
Can definitely say that.
Sounds like there was a lot more practice this year too, right? It was a lot more winter.
So we had more than I think last year. We had 3 days of rolls or something like that, between 3 and 5 days of rolls. And this year we had at least that many weekends. So we had a lot of time to practice, a lot of time to make sure teams were ready, and a lot of times around the course. I think we broke the rolls record, I think last weekend, with how many times we just in general rolled around the course. So the drivers are excited, the pushers are feeling good, and the mechanics are all ready. So, I mean, what more can you ask for on a race day?
No, it's awesome to hear. You know, fast times, competitive race. So, looking for that. We do have the Apex time in there, 2:49.19. That puts them in the second place again. You got to be top 10 to move on to day 2.
And really anything can happen at this point. So, Hunter, just going to throw it to you for a second. Do we have the trap data about how fast they were going down in the chute?
Yes, not quite matching Signu. We had Apex at 33 miles an hour and Barbie at 31 miles an hour. So a little far off of Signu, who was 34.4.
All right. And for teams listening in at home, all of this speed data, all of that's data that you can use in order to improve your times. Look at all of the different variables going into your buggy and see, all right, where can we shave off a few seconds here and there? And it seems like nickeling and diming your times when you could probably just get a beefier pusher team, but all of that data counts. Isn't that right?
Absolutely. I've heard talk that more data the better with Buggy now, with the thoughts of maybe putting GPS in them one day to collect centimeter by centimeter data about the buggy moving around the course, which will be interesting one day.
We're getting Buggy fresh on the course there. Spirit Women's D setting down their buggy there. So awesome to see they're rolling out D team this year. Good to see depth in this sport where, you know, so much with COVID was like, what is the future of buggy? But to see, you know, women's D teams out there is very encouraging. Spirit, of course, your reigning champions on the women's end. So let's go ahead and introduce their squad. They're going to be in lane 2, Spirit D. They are Kingpin. The driver is Laura Whitwick. On hill 1, Nehar Goli. Hill 2, Anya Single. Hill 3, Rosina Ananth. Hill 4, Nithya Yakem. Hill 5, Mary Carney. And in lane 1, coming out right here, is Sig Ep A. They are pushing Barracuda. The driver is Elizabeth Lizzie Lee. Hill 1, Savannah Zhu. Hill 2, Rachel Fuchman. Hill 3, Kristen Daniel. Hill 4, Erica Lizuka. Hill 5, Daniela Castelberg. And you'll see these buggies getting put down. There are all these rules. What is it? They have to be down 5 seconds before the start?
I think so, and pushers have to be away from it, or not pushers, mechanics have to be away from it within a certain amount of time too. I think 8 seconds, or that's the general rule, be away around 8 seconds just to make sure you're safe.
And count number 5, 8 seconds before the buggy starts rolling.
There you are. And those are things that I think someone messed up last year in terms of a disqualification, but looking smoother here. And Sig Ep A, another dark horse this year. People have really liked the way they've been pushing both men's and women's side, and quite a separation, as you might expect from an A to a D team. Looking to be queen of the hill so far with about a 23.5 right there.
They've been a strong team this year, you're right.
Let's see how that shove is. Not bad, not bad.
Spirit D pretty significantly behind, looking to be shoving off just now. So Sig Epee clearing away a lot of separation there, looking like they're probably going to be taking the top time of today, provided they can make it through the chute, get up those back hills.
Barracuda is cruising.
Well, it's a beautiful sight to see Buggy in the free roll, a sunny day. Don't really need to wear a jacket. 105 stop sign there as Barracuda coming through down close to the chute.
Into the transition flag, and what are we seeing down there, Hunter?
Yeah, coming up on the chute flag, preparing to make the turn. Nice and steady. Staying relatively tight to the bales, preserving a lot of speed to the chute. That was an excellent turn.
Really nice textbook turn. This is a good roll here from Sig Epee. Let's see what their back hills have. Here's hill 3, Kristen Daniel.
We have Kingpin making the chute turn now as well, and through cleanly.
Very nice. So all clean through the chute so far today. Looked like maybe hill 3 got smoked a little bit by the Buggy there, but able to catch up, get it off to Erica Mizuka. You see hill 3 picking up there for Spirit.
Let's go, Rosina!
Now, fast fact for trivia, Sigap's women's best time ever was in 2009 at a 2 minutes 33-second push time.
They're looking to be potentially competitive with that as we get here in the 4-5 transition. Day 1, again, you know the name of the game. You do want to go as fast as you can, but you also want to make sure you get to day 2, qualify, and can really go all out there. Here's hill 5, Daniela Castleberg. Approaching that finish line here, again, 2:47, the time to beat to get in the first place with Sigma Nu. Sig F.A. looking to be, ooh, that's going to be tight right there. 2:47.83. Unofficially, we wait for the official, but 2:47.69 was Sig Nu A's time. So, depending on where that really gets, Sig Nu A may be holding on to the top spot, but that's going to be real tight there between those two squads. Waiting here for Spirit to come and finish up.
The speed trap got Barracuda at 34.0 miles an hour, so a little trailing behind Signu on speed there.
Here, looking at Spirit D, Mary Carney. Looking as we cross over 330, or 331.74.
Now, provided that Sigap passes drops, that puts them in the second. Puts them at second place in the leaderboard. But we're checking to see if anybody can break that sub 2 minutes 40 seconds on this morning. That would require 7 seconds shaved off of the fastest time of the day so far.
Yeah, and seeing that, wow, yeah. Sig Nu A holds on to the top spot, 2:47.69. Sig Ep A there was a 2:47.79, so a tenth of a second difference. And that's one of those crazy things, right? Talking about the timing and the little centimeters and all that, like, you know, who knows how the standings will go, but it's crazy, you know, tenth of a second, different spot. And anything stick out to you with that heat?
I feel like that's the most exciting part about today is that it's really anybody's day. We're seeing here with the times right now, it's only a few second difference between each team, and I feel like we're just going to see that keep developing and growing, and it's going to be an exciting race ahead of us.
Yeah, our current 3 top times on the leaderboard are within 2 seconds of one another.
Wow. And speedy out there.
It's worth noting that the trap times for both Signu and Sigap are very fast for a women's heat in general, and that bodes really well for the rest of their race day.
Yeah, anything, and it is wild to think, you know, if you're not necessarily familiar with Buggy, those trap times, right? You're sharing down there. It's almost 35 miles an hour. That's above the speed limit, I believe. It's 25 down there. So these girls are flying. They're cruising. You know, really impressed with Jaeger by Signu A there from that first run still. That was a good-looking Buggy. You know, never have had necessarily a ton of depth on the men's or the women's side. But nice to see they have a women's A team out there and a fast free roll and sitting on top of the leaderboard so far. We're 3 of 12 heats down here in the women's prelims. Again, the top 10 teams make it on to tomorrow to battle for the trophy, the glory, and all that good stuff. Coming up next, we are going to have CIAC and Fringe D. So a couple lower teams, but CIA has some crazy depth with their squad. You know, they've put together a really impressive program.
CIA always has, I feel like, really fast pushers come race day and everything. They've been coming out all year. I feel like they're one of the larger teams, I think. They're always out of rolls, having fun, big team and everything. And yeah, they got some strong pushers, so we're looking forward to seeing Buggy's roll.
Now, do we know which buggy they're racing for their C team?
We
Yes.
do. Emperor. Yeah.
Yes.
Fantastic paint
Speedy
job
one.
on that buggy. It
Oh,
looks
absolutely.
fast.
Absolutely. And they will be going up against Fringe C
Or Fringe D.
Bumper.
Yeah.
Bumper. We love Bumper. Bumper is a speedy buggy going uphill and has amazing spirit going downhill.
It does its best.
All right, so let's go ahead and introduce the 2 squads. As mentioned in lane 2, Fringe Women's D in Bumper. The driver, Monsi Kondi. On Hill 1, Neha Murthy. Hill 2, Sarayu Nyameni. Hill 3, Joyce Liao. Hill 4, Selena Sui. And Hill 5, Lucy Wang. And in lane 1, CIA Women's C in Emperor. The driver, Lucy Chen. Hill 1, Martine Leach. Hill 2, Jessica Liu. Hill 3, Isabel Murdoch. Hill 4, Esther Lin. And Hill 5, Sona Marukian. Oh yeah, there's Bumper with all the bumper stick. I'm
Yep.
always reminded of this every year because my brain is focused on Buggy.
Yeah, you think,
72 hours a year.
why is it called Bumper? And then you look at it and you're like, oh yeah.
Yep. You hope it's not because of bumper cars or anything. Though I think historically there has been a case of Bumper being a bumper car, but that won't happen today.
You might be
And
thinking of Boson.
Boson? Oh, I might be. You're right. Please correct me on my French history.
I'm a firm
History?
believer that all buggies should be painted more ridiculously.
Absolutely. I mean, have fun with it.
And here we go. Heat 4.
Looking great.
Yeah, it's a C versus a D team, an interesting matchup for sure. Great depth on both these squads. Really good looking Hill 1 right here from CIAC and Fringe D. Keep it up.
Up, yeah.
We're expecting to
Close
see.
behind.
We're expecting to see a good pull away. Now, on race day, things can get a bit different. But for the fact of the matter is, on truck weekend, there are a ton of volunteers coming out, timing these teams, timing the buggies, to make sure that when heat selection takes place, there is a clear separation in order to make sure that races are as fast as possible. Races are as fast as possible and as safe as possible.
And it looked like she didn't get too much of a shove there on Hill 2. Or did I miss that? It looked like not too much of a shove right there for CIAC.
Yeah, shove etiquette at the end of Hill 2 it's kind of difficult because you want the buggy to go fast, but you want to make sure that you push off at the right time.
Yep.
And sometimes that can be incredibly difficult.
Yep.
It also makes it incredibly obvious. Oh, wait, stop sign time?
They're about 110.
110?
That's
For a C?
slower. Yeah, for a C
for a
team, it's
C
good.
team.
No, that's very good. Fair. It's not going to put them up at the top, but that just kind of shows the depth of CIA if they're sub 110 as we come towards the shoot.
Yeah, coming into the turn a little wide, but managed to pull through with quite a bit of speed still. Emperor has those big wheels. It's really going to cause it to roll up quite far.
Yep.
And Bumper coming in quite tight to the curb and through cleanly as well.
Love to see that. 4 for 4 in terms of heats and clean shoots. As we pick up here on the back hills, Isabel Murdoch grabbing Emperor there.
So real quick, the timer stopped for a few seconds there, so the time you see on the monitor may not be accurate to what we see a little bit later on. So we'll have to wait for that leaderboard to see how CIAC and Fringe D do.
nonetheless, these races too, kind of with the C's and the D team, they may not be necessarily your day 2 teams, but it's really important for depth, for training, for just rewarding people who put in a lot of effort throughout the year, and to be able to go on race day, put a clean time down and get around the courses is awesome to see right here.
There's definitely some teams like CIA that I'm sure if they really wanted to could probably run like a DEF because of just the amount of members they have.
Absolutely, they definitely could.
Run through the whole alphabet. Crossing over 2:47 right here. Again, these times might not quite be correct, but a 2:51.38 unofficially. We'll wait to see there, but that would put them into 4th, just barely behind Apex A. Fringe D coming through here with Bumper. Not to overly self-promote, but do a podcast with the BAA called Shoot, can't say the last word, CTS. But talked with this year's current CIA chairs just about their recruitment and kind of building their team, and it's really interesting to see how they've maintained and built such a big competitive roster and kind of like what that's been like in post-COVID, and if that's something that's interesting to people, just kind of like the state of running a student org over the past couple years and building a Buggy culture. Would recommend checking them out.
Oh, absolutely. It's been tough helping or keeping Buggy running the past few years. I remember back during the pandemic hit, we were in the middle of, we were almost done with our current Buggy, Baltic, back then, Fringe and everything. And then the pandemic hit. I remember I was called up to be a chairman, first year's chair during the pandemic, trying to figure out how to work out COVID rules, which was very interesting. Where we were only allowed to have 1 Buggy, 6 mechanics, I want to say, and then a few pushers. I want to say maybe 5 to fill up the hills. But back then, I mean, it was tough. We made it work. We had a great time doing it. And I mean, look at where we are today. We have everybody back. We had fairly normal year of rolls, and I'm just so happy to see everybody here. There's a sense of, I feel like, I guess, pride you feel seeing your orgs like continue and do just absolutely great. We have, I mean, I feel amazing seeing this. This is just like, I don't know, dream come true in a sense. We weren't sure where Buggy was going, and now we see.
No, I mean, it really is a testament to y'all, like, especially those couple years of just like, I guess we're kind of racing, like scrounging, and especially, it's such a reward to get to race day.
Yes.
The early mornings, the crazy practices, and it's like, if you're not doing it, it's like, why am I waking up? Like, what is this all about? And like, you can really see what it's all about here if you're out here on, the corner of Tech and Frew. It's filling up. Still some good room to stand. Or if you're joining us online, appreciate you tuning in here. But it's getting packed, and it feels like a normal race day, for the first time in a while. Last year, a lot of factors. Weather did not help.
And then a lot of these teams, like a lot of these students, they were trained during, I feel like, back during COVID time. So now we have these student leaders here who took that spirit and have just multiplied it exponentially. And I mean, I feel like that's spreading around. And we're gonna have, it's already a fantastic race day, very competitive, and we're just gonna see that keep going.
And it's funny you say Spirit, because coming up, I think we're on Women's Heat 5 with Spirit B and Apex B.
Yes.
Now, let me see, I can probably pull this up, but Spirit A's Seraph last year put up a preliminary time of 2 minutes 45 seconds for their A team. And that was the first place time for last year. So let's see how well their B team does. Their B team last year in Zuko, Mapama Zuko, came in at a 2 minutes 55, and that's pretty good for a day 2 to get you on the leaderboard. Last year we didn't quite get the day 2 because unfortunately we all came out here, we all showed up, got ready for race day, and then it got rained out. Sometimes that just happens. But it looks like if the weather holds, we might be able to run a second day this weekend.
And that is another important thing with today, right? Obviously, you want the speed, you want a good time, but you want to get to day 2, A, just to make sure you have a chance, but B, you want to have a good enough time in case there is some kind of weather chaos, because those are the final standings if they're, if it is canceled tomorrow. So, and, CIAC time did come in at 2:51.29, so that puts them in fourth place. But again, just 4 seconds, really 3.5 separating them and Sig Nu A. So, you know, just a testament to the depth of CIA. And you're listening here on WRCT Pittsburgh 88.3, finest student radio in all the land, I might say. CMU TV as well, shout out them for helping produce this. And looks like we got a buggy on the course, so go ahead and just introduce these real quick. In lane 2, Apex Women D rolling Molotov. The driver is Brooklyn Mao. Hill 1, Elena Harley. Hill 2, Katie Santiago. Hill 3, Shakti, Ango. Sorry, the pronunciation and the name got smushed together. I'm just going to try that again. Hill 3, Shakti Ango. Hill 4, Juno Huffman. And Hill 5, Sierra Kanofsky. And in lane 1, we have Spirit B in Mapam Zuko, also known as Zuko. The driver is Natalie Serbosing. And here we are, Janae Backus, Hill 1 here for Spirit B. Looking to move on to day 2 for this team. A pretty fast Hill 1 so far.
Looking nice and speedy coming up with that Hill 1.
Absolutely.
And about as fast as we've seen on Hill 1, right around that 25-second time as the transition goes.
Not bad at all.
That bodes very well for a B team.
Absolutely.
Divya.
Good hefty shove going into the free roll.
Yeah, I think the best shove there. Apex D in the capes.
We love a good cape moment.
I love when teams do a
Yeah, your D
team-wide.
team. You
Yeah.
might not make it to day 2, so that's fine. Wear a cape.
Exactly, have fun with it.
And who knows,
That's the
maybe
whole
it makes you
point of Buggy.
faster. And speaking of fast, Spirit B looking really nice here in the free roll. Zuko, beautiful buggy. Always love their paint jobs. And 109 there at the stop sign, so up there with the top times of the day. Definitely really nice for a B team. It's that flag as it approaches the chute.
What are we seeing, Hunter?
Zuko approaching the chute flag and turning. Oh, a little bit of scrubbing there. Lost some speed, but through cleanly.
Are you seeing Molotov yet?
A good ways behind, just past the transition flag.
And Zulema Noriega here, picking it up on Hill 3. Pretty deep pickup. Nice to see there. That's one thing you always kind of want to monitor is where do they want to take that buggy on that Hill 3. Obviously, you want as much momentum as possible because those things are not fun to push, as I understand.
And Molotov has cleared the chute and is headed up Hill 3 now.
Pretty significant lead here for Spirit B, but again, nice to see more clean rolls through the chute.
Now, Spirit implementing one of those longer axles on one side versus the other in order to optimize for that chute turn.
And here we go, Spirit onto that 4-5 transition.
Last year, their B team did a 2-minute 55. Let's see where they end up this year.
Mackenzie Vanderhagen, Hill 5 pusher, and she is flying right there.
Great form.
That's about textbook right there from Hill 5. One of the toughest hills in Buggy because it's just flat.
It's flat, it keeps going forever, and the sun is directly in your face.
Spirit's left wheel looks a little out of balance.
I did notice that.
2:53.17 unofficially. That would have them in 5th place, just behind CIAC 2:51.29. But again, we'll give you the official time when we have it. Super Apex, Apex D. Hill 5 doesn't have a cape. What's up with
Great
that?
out there, though.
Maybe they only came in packs of 4.
It's like the hot dog bun problem or whatever.
Yeah.
Good Hill 5, really, though, for D team. She's flying out there, too, so.
Yeah, if you follow the Incredibles rule of superhero costumes, no capes. She watched the movie, she knows. It's a hazard.
I've actually never seen that movie, but
I would recommend.
yeah, I'm really behind on my Pixar. 3:45:27 unofficially there for Apex D. That would be the slowest time of the day, but crazy to see Apex has a D team. You know, a decade in now. About is this Apex's 10 year?
Yeah, it's been over 10 years. 10 years was last year, I believe, for
Okay.
Apex. They've done an incredible job building their team from scratch. They've done both forward trikes and reverse trikes. Really amazing to see.
Yeah, and their paint jobs also look fantastic. I don't know. I love Molotov's paint job.
I do
feel like it
too.
looks great rolling around there.
It's very pop arty.
Exactly. Yeah.
The Spirit B officially at 2:53:07. That puts them in a 5th place. Again, top 10 move on, just behind CIAC.
And their trap time was, or trap speed was 34 miles an hour, right in league with SIGF. Very fast. And that trap speed was taken, however, before they slid a little bit. So they did lose some of that speed through the rest of the shoot.
Yeah. And I did notice what you're saying, that there seems to be some wheel misbalance on the back wheel. Coming up those back hills, we saw a little bit of a glint off the wheel hub, which usually means that either something's out of alignment or they've picked something up on their wheel hub. So hopefully they can figure that out. They did put up a really competitive time, better than last year's B team for Spirit. But if they can figure out what was going on with that wheel, and if there's anything going on with that wheel, they may be able to put up an even better time next year or tomorrow.
We are just blasting through these heats. It's a really nicely flowing race day. I would love to see it.
Definitely got to give it to Sweeps and all the volunteers. They've been putting in a lot of work this year. Definitely couldn't have race day without them here.
Massive props to all the teams so far for keeping this clean race day. No spins, no accidents.
Yeah, and already 6 of 12 heats on the women's side. Actually, more women's heats today than men's. There are a couple teams riding solo there, but 12 heats for the women, 11 for the men. So awesome to see kind of that parity. And one thing also I'm really excited about tomorrow is we have the first ever all gender heat, which is really cool that Sweepstakes implemented this year, kind of just open to anyone, no matter, you know, what identification they may have, and that's its own category now, which is going to be going down tomorrow. I think 5 teams, 6 teams going?
We're looking forward to having that. It's always been a talk in Buggy, being like, what do you do when you don't feel comfortable racing on a certain team and you're just kind of out of luck and push for one? So we're happy to see some positive change this year, and it's looking great. I mean, like you said, it's going to be a competitive year. We have a lot of teams out. Anyone's game.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the All Gender League on our next day of races tomorrow. It's been something that Sweeps has been thinking about and talking about for the entire year. And the fact that they're implementing it in order to give a lot of people a fair shake at a non-binary racing league is a fantastic thing and a great example for a lot of other collegiate sports. So very, very proud of not only the teams but Sweepstakes for being able to put this up.
Yeah, that one's really going to be anyone's game. We don't have any historic times, no data. It's up for grabs.
Yeah, the first ever first place all gender winner will be tomorrow, and that's just so exciting to be a part of.
I'm really looking forward to calling that. The history being made minute by minute here, race day 2023. So really glad y'all are joining us here, wherever you're tuning in from, or just standing on the hill. It's a beautiful day. The sun just hit this weird crest over the apartment building, but not on the tent. So I'm going to get a tan. This is great. Again, halfway through here in the women's heats. This is heat 6. It's just Fringe B rolling alone. Fringe B, one of those teams, you know, doors open to get onto a day 2. It's real tight on the leaderboard. Top 10 move on. Go ahead and introduce. Let me see. It looks like actually we're about to be starting this race. And it is off. So they're in Brimstone. Is this a new buggy?
This is their new buggy.
Oh, beautiful.
This has been our 23 build, and Buggy is looking great. We have Kirsten driving it. Amazing driver. We have Rachel pushing up hill 1, and this is a strong team. They've been dedicated to coming out to all the rolls, and a lot of experience going around the course. So you're going to have a very fun time, I think, going downhill. Wonderful hill too.
Yeah, nice transition there. Again,
Beautiful.
right in line with your fast hill one times, right in that 25 neighborhood, maybe a half second slower.
It's fantastic.
And decent shove going into the free roll.
Yeah, one of the deeper shoves we've seen today there by Kendall Hart on hill 2.
Really put our heart into that shove.
Coming here into the free roll. That's a good looking buggy. Good job, Fringe. Oh, the sun is shining. We got race day. I am overjoyed. I hope you are as well, Carnegie Mellon. Having a wonderful carnival weekend.
The sunlight reflecting off the yellow and the orange. It's wonderful, amazing. Brimstone.
About a 112 there, stop signs a little slower than some of the top times, but
Sunny day also means hot roads and faster buggies.
Yes.
Fringe approaching the chute flag. Beginning a nice smooth turn. And apexing pretty close to the bales. Through cleanly and preserving most of the speed.
Not bad at all. And let's see how we pick up here on hill 3. All right, and that hill 3 pusher knew exactly where to go and when to pick up.
and that's one of those things, right? Fringe is one of the more veteran teams. I think has a really just good, strong system. You know, a lot of institutional knowledge, even with kind of some of the COVID stuff, right? A really good alumni presence. You can see good execution here with their B team. Autumn Sukup on hill 4. Yeah, that's a really nice looking hill 4 there. A lot of speed from her. It is tricky, some of these heats where it's just your team. You know, I think you can't help to have someone kind of chasing you, even if it's not that close, just kind of giving a little bit of pace and energy. But Fringe out here doing it on their own.
Great form from that hill 5. Who is that on hill 5?
That is,
It's Rita.
yeah, I was gonna say, you actually know. I'm just reading off of a sheet.
Yeah, Dave is here like, yeah, that's so-and-so.
I think Rita ran back in the day, so knows what she's doing, running fast out there.
Yeah, I am really impressed with the depth of all these teams. Just a lot of really good form on these back hills we're being seen here. Looking to cross there at about a 256.34.
And
That would, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I would say that would put them just behind Spirit B. Spirit B at 253.07 in 5th place right now.
Wow.
And Hunter, do we have any visibility on the trap data for that?
We should, one moment.
Now, I don't know who set up the broadcasters for this morning, but it's very fringe heavy in this booth. So if we're a bit biased, not our fault.
So Brimstone came through with a 30.31 mile an hour trap speed, which is on the lower end for today.
Right. It sounded like the top teams were up around 34. It looked like a pretty good shove into the free roll. Is that just kind of new buggy, maybe some things they haven't quite worked out with the speed, or any inkling on why that wasn't maybe as fast as you'd think from Fringe B?
Oh, it might be. I don't have much input on the building of the buggy. I wasn't around too much this year to watch Buggy be built. I came occasionally, and every time I came, they were doing great. So I'm sure they have some very talented mechanics down there. They're going to diagnose whatever's going on, and they're going to make sure Brimstone is as speedy as it could be.
Yeah. So in any team, you have to check and make sure that your steering is as Loctite as possible. Do not use Loctite, the product, on your steering. It's not good from a safety perspective. But your steering is as frictionless as possible. You want to make sure that your brakes aren't rubbing. Your system needs to be in place in order to make sure, especially for your reverse trike buggies, that the alignment is correct on those front two wheels. Very important for a lot of reverse trike buggies. And so because the steering is a lot more complicated for a reverse trike buggy, because you need to make sure two wheels turn at the same time.
Yes.
So it could be that there might be some elements that need to be fine-tuned. We just don't know because we don't have that visibility into that. I don't have alumni privileges like you do, Dave.
I'm sorry.
Don't
Do you have any
apologize.
questions about, I guess, so I guess with that,
Tell me about my team.
tell you about your team. So we're still in the East Campus Garage. We're still, things haven't changed. I feel like Spirit of Fringe is still there. We look up on the wall, we have the same quotes. And the spirit's down there for sure. We're very lucky to have the alumni history we do, because I feel like that what helped made our pandemic transition as smooth, I want to say, as it was, because we had people before us to fall back on and to pass on that knowledge that we were missing or we weren't able to immediately get from missing a race day. Because missing a race day, these teams are learning so much right now. Just being out here, carrying the buggies out, floating. I mean, just the simple fact of floating. If anyone's ever floated a buggy, it's a task.
This is a great chance to ask, what is floating?
Floating. So, as we see teams come out here, they're gonna squat down for a few seconds before the buggy goes on sometimes, and it's usually because some teams heat the wheels on their buggies, because heating the wheel makes the outside of the rubber part a little stickier and it grips the road better, so it goes faster while it's rolling around. And that's why we talk about warm roads and everything. And the second you touch the buggy to the ground, it immediately, the wheels start losing heat. So the goal is to float for as long as you can beforehand, just so the wheels stay hot, and then when you hit the track, you're ready to go.
Yeah, and so occasionally what we'll see is teams come out with a brace or a wrap that'll allow two mechanics to carry the buggy at the same time. And it looks like we have Scorch out here.
Yeah, we got
Apex's new
Apex C. Yeah, Apex new build, which is kind of like the inverse of the color of the new Fringe one. CIA B Roadrunner, meant to be in lane 1. Not sure how close we are to the start of this, about 1 minute out. So then that's something we'll see too, more on the A and B teams. You may have that actual floating and that kind of funky brace cape thing. Introduce the teams real quick. Scorch in lane 2, Cat Carl, the driver. The Hill 1 pusher is Mia Pogash. Hill 2, Kit Zivin. Hill 3, Savani Kandala. Hill 4, Isabel Khan. And Hill 5, Maggie Blair. And in lane 1, CIAB in Roadrunner, Grace Conrad, the driver. Hill 1, Amy Germer. Hill 2, Eli Fleischer. Hill 3, Emily Slobodenyuk. Hill 4, Anna Liu. And Hill 5, Riley Starda.
And they're off.
Both very fast-looking paint jobs. CIAB, kind of one of those teams. Again, we talk about a lot of depth on CIA. Maybe pushing for 2 trophies between their A and B teams.
And that would put them on the leaderboard and getting them a trophy for the first time in a few years, because last year they didn't place within the top 6.
That was a great transition.
Nice transition. Again, right at about that 25-second Hill 1. The fastest Hill 1s have been really tightly clumped between all these teams.
It really goes to show what good practice gives you.
Yeah.
In order, like, you can run a really fast Hill 1 without a buggy, but with a buggy, you need to make sure that you're practicing it, because those things are, I mean, it's a full human plus 20 or so pounds. And it doesn't seem like it, but these buggies are lighter than they appear. All right, coming up on a stop sign time.
So 109, so
109.
right in line with the Signu A, Sigep A.
Both these buggies got some gorgeous paint jobs.
Yeah, Roadrunner looking real nice there.
Roadrunner coming into the chute, keeping it nice and tight to the bales. That was a very clean chute turn, and they've preserved a lot of speed going up the back hills.
Yeah, one of the best things I think we've seen today, and a lot of momentum coming here for CIAB.
Scorch coming in a lot wider in the chute, not quite as fast, but still made it through without any incidents.
Hill 3 getting a bit smoked by Roadrunner.
Yeah, that's sometimes the challenge of a nice shoot turn is too much speed. Don't quite get it with your pusher. It's kind of this delicate balance of like Hill 3, sometimes you barely want to push it at all.
Yeah, because if you pick it up deep in Hill 3 is not a fun hill to push if your buggy isn't flying.
It's a very technical hill. gotta be ready. You gotta know. You gotta be able to gauge how fast your buggy's coming in. I pushed a couple little threes, and it's just a whole matter of knowing how fast the buggy is coming down, and then gauging how well they take the chute.
And that 4-5 transition right at about 2:20. This has potential to be the top time of the day so far. CIAB all on the legs of this Hill 5 pusher. Riley Startup, 2:47.69, the time to beat. Signue sitting in first place. Let's see, approaching that finish line. Hand on the push bar, and that looks like a 2:46.66. We'll wait for that to get official, but that looks like that probably is going to be your top time of the day so far by CIAB. Nice race for them.
The trap speeds for that CIA buggy were 33 miles an hour, which means those push teams were really hauling it.
Yeah, it's about a mile an hour slower than the other top teams, I believe. Apex C coming across here towards that finish line. Coming now up on 3 minutes, 20 seconds. It's on the push bar. And coming right here, 3:27.48. Nice showing from them.
Coming up next, we've got Sig Ep B. And we're gonna be stacking the heats a little bit for the remainder of our women's races this morning. We've got Spirit A with DGA coming up. We've got Fringe A with CIA D right after, Pica A and Apex B. And to end it off, we have CIA A and Spirit C. And if CIA's B team is any indication, we're gonna see a pretty fast time in our last heat of the day.
Yeah, that officially came in of 2:46.59 as we see the replay of the back hills there. And just really, really impressed with CIA's depth. Just a good push team there on their B team. 2:46.59 again, the time there. So that puts them in the first place. Again, top 10 move on to day 2 for a chance at glory and all that good stuff.
We love glory.
And this is kind of one of those interesting things, right? Where now, with these teams, right, a lot of those top contender A teams are coming out. They've been rolling other buggies. So what's that like kind of as a mechanic, like in the tent or whatever, like prepping for different teams or whatever?
Ooh, that's a good question. So prepping for different teams, so you mean like prepping different buggies for different teams?
Yeah,
at different
essentially,
times?
right. It's like you're rolling an A team, a B team, a C team, a D team. So you're in a third of all the heats.
Yes, so it's very chaotic in the tent. You need people working on, you have people pretty much assigned by the wheel, essentially. Like you put on the right wheel, you put on the left wheel, you put on the back wheel, everything. And so it's very coordinated, it's very delegated. You have someone shouting out times, like we have a minute until we need the buggy out, go. Maybe not a minute, maybe they take longer. But essentially it's like that. You have it's a moving machine, and you have all these gears turning together. And so when the gears turn smoothly, things are good. When things happen, I mean, that's when you diagnose and you fix it. That's what makes us. Everyone in Buggy is an engineer at the end of the day, because we're all problem solvers. When something goes wrong, we learn how to fix it. We figure it out. And I mean, that's what makes this sport great. That's what I think makes people who do buggy successful later on, is that they learn how to deal in times of hardship, perform under stress, and I mean, at the end of the day, get the buggies rolling safely and quickly.
And I remember there's been, and at least during my time, what we would do is we would set down the tools in very specific spots just to make sure that whoever was in the truck at the time getting ready to go. And if you are also treating your wheels, for some teams, they have it down to the second that they need to remove those wheels and put them on. And so before the wheels go on, you load your driver, you do your safety checks to make sure that they have all 5 pieces of safety equipment.
Yes.
Pop quiz for those out there for, can you name all 5 pieces of safety equipment? You should be able to.
I can't, which is all right. Interesting to see the times too. You know, we talk about a big learning curve post-COVID, right? And interested to see where these kind of top few A teams come in. CIAB right now in first place at 2:46.59. Last year's winning time was a 2:45.18 by Spirit A. Obviously, a whole lot of stuff with DQs and everything last year. But this would have actually been the second place time last year. Would have bested Pike A a little bit. So interested to see, you know, our team's going to be shaving a little bit of time off on this top end here. I think also, right, after so many DQs last year, probably just want to get around the course on day one and then figure it out, get crazy for day two. But so far, really nice driving, clean driving. We're flying through here. We're on heat 8 of 12 already. Sig Ep going to be rolling in this one.
Thank you.
The Sig Ep B coming off here. Really fast looking Hill
She
1.
is cruising.
Yeah.
Is this Sig Ep B? Is this Sig Ep A? That was a fast Hill 1.
Absolutely flying. Wow.
Well, let's see. This is looking to be
Wow.
queen of the hill so far. Transition there about 24.5 seconds.
That was incredible.
All right, coming up and over the hill, getting ready for that shove into the free roll. Not a bad shove.
Good.
Going straight after that buggy. Now, we love Kraken here in the booth, and not only just for its paint job, but for its recovery story. Kraken has been built and rebuilt a few times, and it's still a very fast buggy. I remember it came out a few years before, I think a year before I started as a student, which really just goes to prove like the quality of a good build. It can last a lifetime.
And yeah, 106 stop sign time. So that's looking to be their fastest. I wonder if this mislabel is actually Sig Ep A. Is this looking to be
This
really
is
fast here?
cruising. Now, important to note, if this is Sig Ep B instead of Sig Ep A, and Sig Ep B ends up faster,
Through the chute, a tiny bit of scrubbing, a little bit of speed loss, but overall through quite cleanly. And Kraken there with my favorite paint job of all time.
Let's take a look here at these back hills.
there we go.
Sunny Sun. Hill 3. A little bit of a deep pickup there.
So Kraken was going 33 miles an hour, quite a bit slower than Barracuda went earlier.
Yeah. So I think it might be this. We hope not to see it, but now might be a great time to discuss why B teams and A teams are the way they are. Because if you have a faster B team, if your B team puts up a faster time than an A team, it turns into a rank DQ.
Well, let's see here, 2:20 as we're getting into that 4-5 transition. The time
That
to beat
hill-
2:46.59.
That Hill 5 shot out like a lightning bolt. Knew
Yeah, she's
exactly
been
where to go.
ready for this all year long. Isha Mopap. Isha on Hill 5, crossing just over that 2:40 mark. Really nice time coming up here from Sig Ep B.
Wow.
Going over to that finish line, hand on the push bar, 2:51.73.
That was only 4 seconds slower than their A team. But 4 seconds is all it would take.
That's
That
a lot
was-
of depth on the push squad.
Yeah, that's a really, really impressive B team for Sig Ep there. And yeah, Hill 1 especially. I think, I don't know if we have the splits, but that might have been Queen of the Hill today.
Yeah.
Not an easy to push. That was incredible.
But yeah, it looks like they may have lost a little bit in the chute there with that little wobble, and that's the difference in some of that timing.
That little wobble, I was just handed a wheel nut in the chute, so came off their wheel.
No.
Someone from SIGAT may want to come get this.
Public service
officials handle
announcement.
that.
were we able to catch the wheel nut coming off on video? Because if that is the case, unfortunately, that
loss of mass
might count as a loss of mass.
Okay, the official time there is a 2:51.67, so about a half second slower than the CIAC at 2:51.29. That puts SIGAT B in 6th place. CIAB still holding down the top spot, 2:46.59. Signu A about a second slower, 2:47.69, and we still have 4 heats to go. Last year's reigning champ, Spirit A, going to be coming up here against DGA. So this should be a fun one. Nice to see DG back out here.
Definitely good to see DG out here. They're rolling an old fringe buggy, I believe, on site. And looking forward to seeing the roll. That's a good buggy. I mean, I feel like as sorry. And yeah, so we're looking forward to seeing that. And we're expecting some speedy teams, as always.
DG's team last year put a pretty competitive time.
They did.
And I believe they made a day 2. I'm excited to see, I think they're putting up a men's heat as well this year. Their men's heat last year was incredible. Very great. Very good for their first time out on the course. Doesn't look like they're putting up a men's heat this year. That's okay. Somebody stole their push team. They saw their performance last year. And went, we want them.
Hey, they did really good last year.
Spirit A, last year, crazy and wild as it was, awesome to see Spirit back on top of the leaderboard, one of the most storied teams in buggy history. Really live up to the name. It's just always awesome to see the team, the energy, the way they kind of run after the buggy, the celebrations regardless of kind of where they finish. But awesome to see them finish at the top. Things are wide open this year. A real good chance for them to repeat potentially.
You're absolutely right.
I'd also like to thank Connor Hayes, who came back and made us all 20% cooler with these sunglasses.
Each pair of shades.
Really?
Sun was in our eyes, so I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think from Ford, one of the sponsors this year. So shout out to everybody involved in that. Let's go ahead and introduce these teams. In lane 2, mentioned is Insight DG. The driver is Ines Marquire. Hill 1, Catherine Detmer. Hill 2, Anya Ioka. Hill 3, Ellen. Oh, that's weird. They have the same Hill 2 for both teams. I don't know what's going on with this roster. Hill 3, Ellen Egwin. Hill 4, Teresa Murthil. And Hill 5, Caitlin Kolb. Something's a little up with my spreadsheet because I'm seeing the same roster for both teams, so I apologize. In lane 1, I know for sure Spirit is going to be pushing Seraph, the driver. Cynthia Zhu, the Hill 1 pusher, is Mame Kandua. Hill 2, Anna Ioka, perhaps. Hill 3, Ellen Engwin. Hill 4, Teresa Mirthil. And Hill 5, Caitlin Kolb. That's correct for one of the teams and correct for one of the other teams, so apologize. I just read whatever's put in front of me. We'll get that sorted out for tomorrow. But really excited to see Spirit here. Always very fast buggies, always very good push teams. Looking to defend their crown as your women's champions. All that coming up right here. The defending champs with their role out here, getting close to the start of this race.
And they've had a lot of practice. According to Tisha, our roles reporter for the BAA, they were able to carry over their max. Were able to get their max carryover for 3 of their drivers in the first weekend of fall rolls.
Oh, they've been rolling.
So here we go. The defending champs are off. Spirit looking to take it 2 years in a row. Mame on Hill 1 looking to take the queen of Hill 1. And she's really zooming up there.
Absolutely.
DGA putting up a pretty solid fight, though, not terribly far behind.
Wow.
Transition there at about 21 and a half, by far the fastest 1-2 we've seen.
Fantastic. All right, let's check this form going into the free roll. Deep shove by Spirit A.
Really nice hill two right there. Looking good for the defending champs. Smooth in the free roll. We talked earlier about, kind of what they will do with that offset wheel, if you will, to kind of help with the free roll, and definitely looking like the top time of the day. Nice showing so far as we're nearing the chute for Spirit A. Beautiful paint job as always, about a 103.9.
Fantastic
Excellent.
stop sign time.
And their top time last year was their winning time at 2:45.18. Looking probably better than that so far, but a lot of racing still to go.
Coming into the shoot turn, can they keep it together? A little bit of speed scrubbing, but overall through cleanly, and hopefully she has enough speed to pull through. Insight also coming through with a really good turn and a wide apex afterwards.
All right.
Preserving quite a bit more speed than Spirit.
Yeah, it looks like Spirit lost some in the chute. You see Insight coming up pretty closely, so this will be on the back hills.
That was
Took
a
little
very
bit off
good
there, yeah.
roll up for Insight and DG.
Excellent job to the driver of Insight there.
Absolutely.
And let's see, gaining actually some ground right there on the 3-4 transition. Maybe a 3 buggy length difference here, but Spirit A starting to separate themselves. This is the case where, an established team, one of the best push teams, and that gap that was close is not so anymore here. 3 and 4 separating, but let's see what we get with the 4-2-5. Spirit A, really nice 1-2. Lost some time there in the chute, but still trying to have the best time of the day with that transition. Looks like the clock has stopped there. We're at about 2:23, 2:24. It's caught up.
Spirit came through the chute with a speed of 33 miles an hour, and DG with a speed of 32.5. And you can really see, based on that difference in roll-up, how much of a difference a good chute turn can make.
So here we are, Hill 5. Looking good. They've made up some of that distance. DGA right behind and crossing there, 2:43.02 unofficially. We'll look to get that, but that would be good enough to get him in the first place. And DGA at 2:48.84. That would put him in about like 4th or 5th place. So really nice race for both teams. Spirit A, think whatever might have happened there to lose some of that speed, potential to even have a faster time tomorrow.
Yeah, that's exciting to see. So Spirit's fastest time ever was in 1995 for their women's A at a 2:33. So maybe, if they can scrub about 7 seconds off this for tomorrow, they can meet that. And I think with this push team, we've seen a lot of strength and depth in their team's quality and how fast they can go. Would love to see an even faster Spirit A tomorrow.
Yeah, 1-2 looked great. We see that Hill 2 shove replay really deep there in the chute.
They clearly practiced, and it shows.
And also, shout out to DGA. It sounded like it was a really nice chute turn as well from them.
Yeah, I don't know if we have footage of Insight's shoot turn, but Hunter, why don't you give us a little bit more insight into what you saw down there?
Yeah, so kind of the big difference there was that Spirit turned a little later, and as such had to turn a little tighter. DG took it real slow and easy and crested their turn right at the bales at the narrowest point, and then came back out into the middle of the road after approaching the bales, allowing them to keep a very, very smooth, consistent line. Whereas Spirit had to turn just a bit tighter, cause them to lose a little bit of traction and a little bit of speed.
And all that said, Spirit A, official time now, 2:42.92. So about 4 seconds faster than CIAB and 3 seconds faster than their time last year. So the pressure is on. Just 3 heats remain here. Fringe A, CIAD coming up here, then Pika A and CIAA. You think it's really anyone's race. It's a good time for Spirit, not a great time. As we mentioned, opportunity for them to improve tomorrow. But they're in the leader seat. So far, clean racing, which is awesome to see, especially after the chaos of last year. There may be some DQs we find out afterwards or whatever, but I know we haven't had great video on drops. It's a different location for drops, but as far as I can tell, it's been really smooth and a marked change from last year.
Absolutely. It seems like things are rolling really well this year, really smoothly. It's been a clean day, and I feel like is it? Teams are just, we're chucking along. Which heat are we in right now?
We are in the 10th of 12.
Wow.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, there's...
Are we?
We're going about 8
We're
minutes
actually-
gun to gun.
Oh.
Well, we don't use starting gun anymore, but
Yell to yell.
buzzer to buzzer.
Yeah. Is there even a buzzer? I guess it is a buzzer.
I think there's a
It's like a beep.
Yeah, air horn to air horn? I don't know. I'm being pedantic.
So up next is Fringe A and CIA D, I believe.
We got some pretty buggies rolling out there today. Baltic and Kingfisher.
I believe, yes. Yes.
Amazing.
And what's the crowd looking like down in the chute, Hunter?
We're starting to fill out, really. A lot of action happens in the chute. People want to be here, see the buggies go as fast as they can.
And it's setting up to be a really exciting day 2 tomorrow. Again, the top 10 qualifying times are going to move on to tomorrow. Spirit A separated themselves a bit in first place with a 2:42.92. But then positions 2 through 4 only separated by about a second, and really 2 through 6 separated by like 2.5 seconds. So for those trophies in the leaderboard tomorrow, it's going to be a lot of potential for teams to move up, jockey for position. What is it, top 6 get trophies? Or did I make
I
that
believe
up?
top 6. So coming up here on Fringe Women's A. Fringe Women's A best time ever was in 2001 with a 2 minutes 34 seconds, 0.7 seconds.
Fringe, a little, their team always potential for trophies and stuff like that. I think have been kind of under the radar this year.
I've always heard Fringe described as underdogs, and I mean, I feel like that's just a motto for the independent orgs in general, and I feel like we stay true to that every year. Coming out from, I want to say the shadows, behind under the radar and everything, and we have a lot to show. We'll have lots to show for it.
And here, you described floating earlier. You can see it pretty clearly there. That's something teams will do a bit more with the A team, but trying to keep those wheels hot as we near the start of this race.
And they're off.
Here we are. Fringe A trying to take that top spot. The time to beat a 2:42.92 by Spirit A. And Fringe A, really nice fast start from that.
Looking good.
A strong uphill one.
Now I believe our clock is stopped a little bit, so we don't have that hill one time, but looking great, good transition.
Yeah, a little bit of a
transition out
rough
there.
transition there from CIAD. Let's see that shove. Spirit had it super deep. Fringe a little higher, but pretty nice there into the free roll.
Politics looking great going through there.
And really a wide open field this year. As mentioned, SDC not racing one of the kind of biggest dynasties of the sport. Fringe, the door is open for them to take that top spot. We'll look and see what we get in the split with the stop sign. Fringe looking for a return to glory.
Got about
106, 107.
106 stop sign. Cut away for a little bit there, but
113 for CIAD. That's pretty nice for DT.
Kingfisher, not a bad build at all.
Fringe coming into the chute turn, starting early, nice and smooth. A little far out, but overall preserved pretty much all her speed through the chute. And Kingfisher also coming through with considerable amount of speed. Look for the roll-ups.
It's pretty wide right there by Spirit with the pickup. CIAD making up some close. Wow, these
And
two
A.
races in a row, really close through the chute. Here you'd imagine the A and D pushers to separate as the shove goes from 3 to 4. But
Really just showing the depth and strength of CIA's push team this year.
all right,
So
finally now 3-4 separating. Go ahead.
The chute speeds there, Fringe was at 31.7 and CIA was at 33.3. So clearly CIA is doing something well with their wheels there.
Yeah. And here you see the back hills really separating themselves with the 18 for Fringe. Really fast hill 4 right there. That looked good. And this is going to be close. You know, Fringe A looking to be up near one of the top times of the day. The time to beat a 2:42.92 to move into first place as this hill 5 approaches the finish line there. Got to have that hand on the push bar. Hand is on at 2:44.55.
That's beautiful.
Unofficially, and let's see, CIA D. This might be a day 2 time for their D team.
Wow. So this is looking great.
That was an excellent push from the Fringe A team, especially on the back hills there.
Absolutely.
The 3:01.71 for CIA D.
And see, this is a really good opportunity to talk about why free roll speeds, especially what's getting captured in those in the speed traps, really matter. I think Baltic has the opportunity, if it makes it to day 2, which looks like it will now that it's on 2 on the leaderboard. If the spot safety and drops chest goes all according to plan, there's a huge opportunity for Fringe Women's A to drop a few seconds off that time if we can get those free roll speeds up.
The free roll does make up just about half of the race time total. So.
Yeah.
And yeah, looking at the time coming in, they got a 2:44.49, so about 1.5 second really behind Spirit A. So solid lead for Spirit A, but both those teams left some room for improvement there. You know, not the fastest free roll time. You know, definitely you see the 18 pushers making up for that. But, you know, other teams, Sig New, Sig Ep, both faster in the free roll. So if, you know, Spirit, Fringe, able to kind of work that out, possibility to, you know, secure that top spot and move on. But as far as we know, looking like both moving on to day 2, some really nice, clean racing. 2:42.92 remains the time to beat. Pika A, one of those teams looking to beat it. Pika A's been so close on the women's and the men's side over this past half decade or so. You know, one of the teams really seeming like the closest perhaps to challenging SDC besides CIA, and just haven't quite put it together on either end. A team really kind of renowned for discipline hasn't necessarily had it in the quite measure that you'd want to see it from, but the door's wide open for Pike this year.
Yeah, Pika traditionally has a very competitive team. They, up until very recently when SDC snatched the title from them, they were considered the winningest team on the course. Definitely a team with a lot of history. I think they've been racing since the sport began, if I have it correct. Since 1921 they were established, and they've been racing consistently ever since. Now, in 2019, I believe, there was a situation where their men's A team put up a better time on day 1 than SDC men's A. And then on day 2, it was predicted, SDC was able to eke them out by a few seconds.
And it wasn't even a few seconds. It was like a quarter of a second or something like that. That was one of the best race days in memory.
That was a fun race.
Definitely, you know.
But it really does go to show, these leaderboards today, if we get a day 2 and the weather holds, they really can shake up tomorrow. And more than that, the speeds today, there's a chance that it might be faster than tomorrow, because there might be some overcast clouds, there might be some drizzle, the roads will be a little bit colder. So, but no matter what, if you race on day 2, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, those times overwrite your previous times. You do not get to choose. It also means that your day 2, you have to be just as strict as day 1 with your safety capabilities.
Absolutely. Day 2, I think all the same rules apply. It's like a new race day with teams that made it through, essentially. And from then on, best team wins.
Yeah, so for record times for Pika Women's A was 2004 with a 2 minutes, 29.83 seconds. So that's the first historical time on the women's slot that I've read off that has been under 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Just really shows the breadth of their technology, their history, and their strict practice.
And going up against them, Apex B, Solaris, Maggie Blair going to be driving that. Lane 1 is going to be Banshee for Pika A. Juju Nieto, the driver of that one. And, I'm interested to see it. It's weird, Pike almost becoming an underdog, which would have been crazy if you told me that when I was a freshman or whatever. But, a really good storied team that just hasn't quite put it together the past few years. But the potential's all there. The door's open. Again, finals tomorrow, pending weather. Looking pretty hopeful. But 242.92 from Spirit A. Definitely a time that can be topped to get into that top spot. And, the standings do matter because it goes in reverse order. So the top time gets to go last time.
But as many people were riding them, I assume they were just like 99 cents an hour.
So here we are, the penultimate women's heat. Pika A going off, trying to take the top spot away from last year's defending champs, Spirit A, a 242.92, the time to beat.
That's looking good out there, too.
Yeah, Apex B, not too far behind here on this Hill 1. About a 22 transition, right up there with the top times of the day.
Wow. Let's see how it goes into the shove. A little bit of scrubbing on that shove, but it looked like a pretty deep shove for Pika A. Banshee looking real nice.
Those buggies never can really tell which is which. Pike, something beautiful in the simplicity. Not necessarily the paint jobs of the other teams. As we approach that stop sign.
Yeah, I can tell the difference, but 105 stop sign time, not bad at all. I can tell the difference, but maybe that's because of my experience as a safety chair, but black and sleek, black with a green stripe, Raptor.
Pika coming through the chute, hitting the flag now. If they can preserve enough speed here, they might be able to pull through to first. Taking the turn very wide and scrubbing some speed. So let's see if the back hills can make up for that. Apex coming through with a good line and staying close to the bales and keeping pretty much all their speed.
Definite separation, though, between Pika and Apex.
And there's Solaris. Now, I've done Apex A a disservice by not reading out their historical times, but women's A for Apex fastest time was in 2017, but 2 minutes 47 seconds.
Oh, and a little bit of a slip there by Hill 3 from Pike. Still got it shoved off. Maybe not all the force you would want. Still looking to be putting up one of these top times here, but it's interesting to see all these A-team contenders, a little bit of sloppiness in some element of their races. So I think it's going to lead to a really interesting day 2 here as we're looking at Pike with the Hill 4. Again, the time to beat a 242.92. Spirit A sitting in first place.
Pika hit a 33.3 mile an hour shoot speed. That's about 1 mile an hour behind the fastest teams today.
Wow, that's great.
Let's see here again, 242.92, time to beat as Pika coming close to that finish line. Wanting to make it day 2, but not just make day 2. Pika wants medals, they want trophies.
They want that first place spot.
And hand on the push bar there, about a 245.57 unofficially. That would put them in 3rd place, just ahead of CIAB. Apex B coming through here.
Beautiful.
And a 259.24 from them.
Not bad at all.
These teams have been doing fantastic so far.
Yeah. You mentioned sloppiness, Will, and I think that's, once again, I don't discredit any of the teams for coming out on this race day. I'm happy that everybody's here having a good time, but we have to face facts. There is, some difficulty in rebuilding your team post-COVID. Yep. Dave, you could probably speak a lot better to this, but you don't have the history that you do. You don't necessarily have the communication that you do, because for the fact of the matter is, a lot of these teams weren't able to communicate face-to-face for a long time during lockdown. And so some of that face-to-face interaction, that community element to learn from one another and learn from the people who came before you, just wasn't quite there. And so for the teams here today to be putting up the times that they are and to be learning and gaining this experience is an incredible thing. And I'm so, so proud of all of the students involved in this race day. Great job, guys. So happy you're here.
So proud of everybody out here.
Yeah, if I may add, knowledge transfer has always been an issue with Buggy. Students are here for, in general, 4 years, and being able to pass that organizational knowledge on year to year becomes really difficult. And with COVID, that was really exacerbated. So the fact that teams have been able to run so cleanly this year is a real testament to how creative and thoughtful they are.
Yeah, no stops in the shoot, no spins so far. Very, very proud.
Yeah, and one women's heat left to go. CIAA door definitely open for them to take the top spot. Spirit A holding on right here. Pika's time came in a 2:45.51, so that puts them in a third place. But weather pending, and it looking pretty solid tomorrow. Gonna be a really interesting day because all these teams have room that they can improve. How the top 3 is even going to shake out, Fringe and Pika separated by a second, Pike and CIAB separated by a second, CIAB and Signu A separated by a second, and Signu A, I believe, had the fastest trap time, right? With the 34, I think, Hunter, did I make that up? No worries. The fastest time in the free roll.
Yeah, I think Signu was doing a 34.2. And I think the closest person that maybe came towards it was either CIAA or another one of the, I think maybe Apex A as well.
I was just saying, well, CIAA hasn't rolled yet. It was another early roll.
Oh,
so
sorry.
I think it might have been Apex A, which is
Apex A. I might be thinking of CIAB.
Yeah, which is crazy to think, and also shout out, Signu with that new build. The fact, first heat of the day and putting up the fastest free roll speed is a testament to kind of them and the engineering they're building. The doors open here this last heat for CIAA. Again, 2:42.69, the time. 2:42.92. The time to beat. CIAA definitely has that capability. Last year could have had a winning time, were disqualified. So something they kind of want to make up here. One of the really top teams out here year in, year out, built a really strong culture. So the potential's there.
You guys may have missed it, but there was a Gatorade bottle that was flipped over and landed on its bottom.
Oh wow!
Congratulations!
We got all kinds of B-roll. We got the wave, slow motion wave.
I don't think they expected to be on camera for this long.
Yeah, I don't know. This is some amount of hair.
Hey,
Age of Aquarius or whatever.
That's what today's all about. I love seeing everybody out here just having a good time. I mean, all the teams decked out in their gear. We got Apex. They're looking like red as could be. I love that. And everyone's in their gear. It's just, that's what race day is about. Leading up to it, a lot of work goes in, and it's just good seeing, everybody enjoying it best we can. We got donuts, we got coffee, we got good times, we got buggies rolling. What more could you ask for?
And it's a beautiful day. We have one more heat on the women's side, which is wild. Then we will have a brief intermission. Atlas rolling autonomously, I believe. And then the men's race is coming up after that. So a brisk, beautiful day of racing, just flying through these here as we see SDCA coming out, Equinox. CIAA. Wow. Freudian slip. CIAA and Equinox, Julia Liu going to be driving there. Spirit C in lane 2. And this is kind of one of those interesting things, right, where Spirit's A team is on top of the leaderboard. How does that motivate the C team, maybe to try and be as close as they can up this hill, give a little trouble to CIA, make them lose some speed, something like that.
Now, heat selection is incredibly important for that reason.
Looking good.
And CIAA definitely separating themselves here. Looking like a queen of the hill time right here. Yeah, 20 and a half push off.
That's very good.
Hill 2, chugging those legs, trying to keep up with that buggy. There's a lot of speed here. This is looking to be a fast time as they shove down.
Equinox cruising.
Sleek buggy.
Spirit C getting that shove down there, 41 seconds.
Looking like a more, we didn't see the full shove on Spirit C, but it looked like a general push off, very light push. So we're definitely going to keep that separation going forward. And heat selection is so important for that reason, because when you have the right team to your left or right, you're going to be running 2 seconds faster than your truck time.
And speaking of 2 seconds faster, yeah, it was about 2 seconds faster at that stop sign time. I think than the best we'd seen.
Equinox has been a really consistent buggy for CIA through the years. And they are approaching the shoot turn right now, just past the flag, turning early and reasonably tight, keeping the speed, but there was a little bit more there for them tomorrow.
Nice.
Leaving some meat on the bone.
All right, Spirit and Visit coming through, and through very quick.
And a nice pickup there by CIA. Kind of bit of hesitation, but she catches it in stride. Heavy right field 3 to 4 transition.
Clean transition, know exactly where they need to do. The baton has been passed, and by baton, I mean Buggy. We are racing today.
We are.
Yeah, CIA looking to put together so far the best race I've seen out here. A good opportunity to come on top of that leaderboard into day 2, take that top spot from Spirit. A little bit of a stumble there on the hill 4 shove, but looks like it was kind of after she'd given it her all on the push. And good that there's separation between them and Spirit C, so able to get off the course. CIA Hill 5, Jocelyn Sang is flying right here.
Their best time ever was in 2016 with a 2 minutes 31 seconds. 2 minutes and 31 seconds.
And not quite that, but they're sub 240, a 236.75 unofficially, about 6 seconds faster than Spirit.
And that puts them clear and away. If all goes according to plan, it drops our leader going into day 2.
Yeah, that was a beautiful roll from CIA there.
Very, very strong. Great practice.
And Spirit C looking to come through, crossing over the 3-minute mark. We'll wait to get that official time for CIAA, but clearly going to be in first place here heading into day 2. 3:11.28 for Spirit C, and those are your women's heats. Don't think we're going to need any re-rolls, so I don't know, people. Round of applause for everybody just getting through clear. Awesome time here on WRCT 88.3 Pittsburgh, bringing you this race, CMU TV. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I want to wish a happy birthday to Karen Yoon, former CIA driver, tuning in here in the hospital. So hope you get well soon. Want to wish you a happy birthday. Hope you're enjoying these beautiful races. CIAA giving you a nice gift there. Officially a 236.67, 6 seconds faster than Spirit A. And this is going to be a really exciting day 2 tomorrow. Spirit A, Fringe A, Pika A all have some seconds to shave off. I don't know if they have 6 seconds to shave off, but the pressure's on with CIAA. That battle for second's going to be wild. The battle for top 6, really only a couple seconds separating there. Signu A making it on to day 2 in that 6th spot, 247.69. A 1/10 of a second ahead of Sig Epe. That's going to be a fun battle, seeing who gets the trophy out of there. So I'm really excited. Any impressions from that race, though?
Yeah,
it's a really good day.
Their trap speed there was 33.3, which is exactly the same as Pika's and about a second behind the fastest of the day, which is Signu. Jaeger is really cooking it down the hill.
Now, I'm going to have to sign off because I need to give my headset over to Brian Arsham, historian extraordinaire, who will be announcing Atlas and your men's heats. But it's been a pleasure. I've been Lena Griffin, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Lena.
Awesome. Thank you, Lena. Great job as always. So yeah, we'll be transitioning here in the booth and getting into, we're going to have a exhibition right here with Atlas, and then the men's race is underway. But, really cannot say enough good things about those women's races there. Not the fastest times of all time, but after last year, amazing to see 100% clean, everybody getting through.
That was perfect. We saw some very fast buggies out there. Wow, 236. Like these top 3 times, top 4 or 5, they're all neck and neck. And I mean, it's really anybody's game this year. Going tomorrow, we can really expect anything.
Do we have any word on drops and safety tests? All teams clear through those?
I received any word saying anything else, so I assume they are. Have you heard anything about drops and safety tests?
I have not gotten any news of anything failing, any DQs. I know the cmubuggy.org, they try and update all the DQs as much as possible. I don't see any DQs listed yet. If anybody with knowledge of such things or from sweeps wants to come whisper in my ear, that sounded weirder than it needed to. If anyone wants to let me know if there are any DQs, that's great to know. But as far as I know, things are looking good and clean. So, hope for the same on the men's. It's a beautiful day out here. Great day for Buggy. And we got some more coming on, and hopefully we got a nice day 2 as Atlas getting set up here.
I was looking great out there.
We are getting set here, preparing to go. Sorry. Yes, sorry, we found a phone left on the course, a Savannah Sassnet. If you come to the top of the hill towards the booth, we will get you the phone. And we're getting underway in a minute with Atlas.
Did you mention that we'll net on the air? Did I name names?
And Atlas coming up here, and then we'll get to the men's. Again, really, really great competitive stuff on the women's side, and hoping to see the same on the men's. Wide open field this year. Congrats to CIA, far and away the best time, but a lot still to be determined if we are having a day 2 tomorrow. Looking pretty solid chance. And are you with us, Brian?
Yes, I am. Oh, we got 5 seconds here till Baby Buggy for Atlas. And Baby Buggy is off and running. It appears they are remote controlled, which is fine. I think they've been doing that the last several years. You didn't see the immediate swerve to the curb that Robo Buggy did this morning, but the benefit of remote control is you get to keep the buggy a little straighter.
And yeah, for those who don't know, Atlas, one of the clubs working on a self-driving autonomous buggy. So again, here using remote control, it looks like through the free roll, working on engineering all this technology. But always awesome to see, the fact they are, fielding a full team, working on this, building the tech, really kind of just representative of CMU and all that good stuff about what we love about buggy.
And I'm a little curious now because the guy with the remote controller is running alongside the buggy. Is he going to continue running down the entire free roll? Because I could barely walk up the back hills. I can't imagine doing that.
This is a deep hill too right here.
I was going to say, yeah, it's probably tough to actually use the joystick and stuff while you're on the run and jogging.
I mean, the course itself is a little under a mile, so this is
cardio right here.
A nice early morning jog for a team and their stroller.
Yeah, well, I wonder, are they semi-autonomous? Because it looks like he's not really. It looks like it's kind of doing the mind of its own thing right now. So I wonder if that's just in case things go horribly wrong to start controlling it. Because it looks like he's not really using the controls from my perspective up here in the booth.
Well, it's tough to know because honestly, if you're running alongside, your thumb might be moving back and forth also. So it might just be like as he's running, the buggy is moving with him.
We can pull some from Atlas up here, getting to tell us how it works.
But there are 2 robotic buggies on the course. Obviously, Robo Buggy this morning with their autonomous roll for short circuit, their new buggy this year, utilizing some of the parts that they had used in the past, but upgrading it. And their driver, I believe they told me they call her Ellie. I forget what it stood for. It's like L285T or something, but there. And then she's in the shape of a teddy bear. As I missed the stop sign time, there's about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which is it's a solid time for them.
They're doing great this this year. They've been working hard every day, coming out earlier than all the other teams to Rolls. And now they really, I mean, you see it now. They're putting in the work, they're putting in the effort. Oh, sorry. They've been coming out real early every day at Rolls, and they've been putting in the work all year. They're doing a great job. And I mean, I have no clue how to build an autonomous buggy. That is an incredible task. Props to them for doing that.
Yeah, no, it's always nice to see the culmination coming out here. We've seen, you know, a wide range of things from Atlas here. Rolling nice. Let's see, we've lost some of the footage. Who's in the chute now? We do have
It's still Hunter.
It is Hunter.
It
Hey,
looks
what's up,
like
Hunter?
Atlas has gone on the far side of the monument, so a bit longer route than most of the other buggies take.
Problem. It's got a mind of its own.
Yeah, the small robotic
there we go.
buggy is coming around the chute now and taking a very different line than normal, but it's making its own way.
It's carving its own path.
And
that's what Zier's all
I think
about.
it's trying to go to Oakland right about now. Oh, coming back to CMU.
Well, it's convenient. It's actually taking the slightly shorter path. I mean, we didn't see it around the monument, but it looks from here like it's a clean shoot turn.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very clean.
Props to, is this the same person who's been pushing it the whole time?
I think it is.
That's yeah, probably the greatest feat of athleticism. Like, I'm not kidding. That's a lot of jogging with I don't know how much that weighs, but
I gotta say, I hope he has a Hill 3 pusher and he's not going the whole way, because I would be so exhausted at this point. As we hit the start of Hill 3, and I don't see anyone else. Is he gonna go the whole course?
These are like a golden shoe for this.
Iron Man out here.
Honestly.
I mean, this is incredible. we once had an alumnus try to follow one of our buggies around, and then he passed out when he got to the top of Hill 5. This guy is this is impressive. Like I said, I mean, the course is, you know, about a mile long. He's looking at like a 6-minute, 7-minute mile at this point with a buggy here.
Yeah, that's. Oh, I don't know if I've ever ran an 8-minute mile in my life, so.
Fast at Hill 4.
Also, breaking news I just received from Sweepstakes. Important stuff to caveat. CIAA failed drops. However, they're receiving a reroll tomorrow. They failed because a bottle cap on the course got stuck in the brakes, and they were unable to brake. So they will be re-rolling tomorrow. If you were drinking Warsteiner beer, shame on you. We have recovered the bottle cap and got out of the buggy. So CIAA will be re-rolling tomorrow. So technically not in that top spot, but they will receive a re-roll tomorrow morning, I believe, before things get underway, which is tricky because you're getting your team to roll twice in a day.
Typically with those re-rolls, that re-roll will count as their final time.
Gotcha. Okay. So we'll, in that case, then be kind of rolling for all the marbles there. But yes, a bottle cap was stuck in the brakes.
And it's impressive. I mean, and they're still putting up that fast of a time with that sort of issue. I remember, a few years back, I think Fringe had a plastic bag got caught on their wheel. They lost about 10 seconds on the course with that. So, props to CIA for and especially the driver for kind of dealing with that. I mean, I can't imagine what it's like to be in the buggy when you hit that sort of thing and get it stuck there.
Gate of mass
where pushers have really, and drivers and mechanics have really shown their knowledge and skill at this point with being able to deal with these hiccups and make do with them.
And here we go. Finally getting a break for this pusher as he crosses the finish line. Going across 7 minutes there. Always awesome to see Atlas out on the course.
So I'll just note the course is almost a mile, so that man just ran a 7-minute mile.
Wow. Oof. Couldn't be me.
The craziest thing, he doesn't even look that out of breath at this point. I mean, this is...
All right, ready to do it again. Well, I'm not sure if it was him. I was talking on the preview show on RCT on Wednesday, and someone was saying, one of the pushers for Atlas, they were like, if he wasn't on Atlas, we would want him on our team because he's a real deal. So I'm assuming it's that guy. Atlas Exhibition.
Fantastic.
All right, everyone, it's time for me to sign off. Thank you for having me today, and good luck to all the teams and rolling clean races for the rest of the day.
Awesome.
Same
Thank
here.
you.
I
Hunter.
also have to sign off. It was great being with everybody today. And yeah, see you all tomorrow.
Awesome. Yeah, great job. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be chatting with you all tomorrow. Have a couple people swapping into the booth. Men's race is about to get underway. Sig New Men's A and Fringe Men's C in this first heat. Interested when I believe Estes is.
Well, hello.
Oh, good morning, Mark. Yeah, interested to hear your thoughts on Jaeger coming in here, and awesome performance for Jaeger on the women's side, the fastest free roll speed in terms of miles per hour out there.
Yeah, I'm. It's going to be interesting with Jaeger. It's either going to be spectacular or spectacular, and I'm not sure which we're going to see, but certainly they dominated, I might use that word, the women's trap times. You had a group that I'm going to say like Fringe A and CIA B were about 33 miles an hour, 33.1-ish. And CIA A, Pica A, and CIA D, which is going to be their men's A buggy, were at 33 and a third mile an hour. And you had faster, SIGEP A, which is looking fast, and Spirit A at 34 flat, and then Sigma Nu at 34 and a half. So a half mile an hour advantage over everybody else. And that was with not the strongest Hill 2 shove. If you notice the push there, it kind of got away from her. So could be a lot of potential for this buggy to go fast. I'm not sure, but we'll see. I'm a little nervous, I'll admit it. I'm normally not phased, but I'm a little phased.
And it sounds like that race is going to be getting on at 10:23. Just as a note for everybody, so a little bit of time in transition in between. But yeah, it's an exciting time to be a Sig New. It would appear.
Yeah. I'll just comment on some of the turns we saw down here during the women's race. Some of them very good trap time plus a good turn equaled very good results, but you saw a few where you had the speed at the trap and then you had a turn that negated it, and you could tell going uphill 3 that they had left something down here. And that's really the key thing for drivers, to deliver that buggy through the chute with minimum loss. And we've seen already examples of great. That STC exposition roll was awesome. We've seen a few good rolls here for the women's teams. We also seen some pretty bad chute turns that they weren't unsafe, but they were definitely unfast.
Yeah, and I was down in the chute for some of those races, and I know I saw you down there, Mark. And you know the women's races were very clean down there. Hopefully the men's will be the same. The weather's great today. Buggies are rolling fast, rolling smooth. We've got a little under 10 minutes to I think the first men's heat. So. I guess we'll introduce ourselves in the booth here because we're both new to the booth for today. My name is Brian Arsham. I am the class of 2008. I was an AE Pi alum, and I've been calling the races here for the past few years. And how about you, Elena?
Hi, I'm Elena Harley. I am currently Sweepstakes Design Comp Chairman and on Apex Buggy, so I'm here to talk as a current student about the races. Happy to be here, super excited to see how the men's races go. Nice to be in some shade for once, so very good.
And I'll ask you as we get close to this, because the first race here is going to be between, I believe, Sig Nu A and Fringe C. I believe I saw you push for Apex Hill 1. You want to talk a little bit about what it's like to push a Hill 1? Because in my opinion, having never done it, it seems like the toughest hill to push.
It's definitely very long, and so a lot of people will be going and going, and then they'll say, once they get to the top, they're like, oh wow, I got to a point where I was tired, and then I looked up and there was still more hill to go. And so that's definitely how I feel. It's like halfway up, you're like, why is there more hill? How are we going? But some people are really fast on it and just do it as if it's no problem ever, and those people scare me a little bit.
And I think we're going to see a few of those people in these men's heats. A fast time for the men's heats, you're looking at 15, 16, 17 seconds.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I could do it in double that, but so here we're showing the heat schedule for today. So coming up in about 5-ish minutes, we've got Sig Nu A and Fringe C. You'll notice a lot of the A and B teams are in lane 1. A lot of the C and D teams are in lane 2. This is to kind of space out the buggies, make sure to try to avoid passes on the course, try to make sure there's no interference or that sort of stuff. And as you get later in the day, the big story this year, SDC DQ'd not racing today. So our 10-time winner, the reigning 10-time champion, will have their streak ended this year, pretty much guaranteed. It's the top of this leaderboard is anyone's guess. Spirit, CIA, SIGEP, Pika, Fringe, Apex. I mean, Signu. I mean, Signu came out with a new buggy this year named Jaeger. We're about to see it. This buggy coming up on Truck Weekend has been the fastest buggy on the course. And if Signu has the pushers to back it up, they're not just looking at a trophy. They're looking at a potential like top 3, top 2, maybe even top 1. That would be Signu's first win since, I believe, 1984? 85. Mark Estes in the chute will know that very well because he was around for that one.
I'm thinking we would have to have a record-setting number of DQs for that to happen. They're better this year, but they are not top 5.
On the topic of DQ news, just a couple things. Apparently, a couple protests have been lodged, not yet accepted, but there was a protest against CIAA outside of the bottle cap incident for the 1-2 transition. Not sure where that's gonna land, but sweepstakes will be reviewing that as well. Lane violation for SIG FB. There's been a protest, so we'll see what comes of that if there are any re-rolls. But just to let you all know that, which especially meaningful with SDCA. Wow, CIAA. CIAA because they're sitting pretty at the top spot, well ahead of Spirit.
And for those of you who don't know or haven't been here before, us in the broadcast booth, we're not the officials. We don't make these calls. The final determination is actually made at a chairman's committee meeting later today after sweepstakes reviews all the videotape of that CMU TV is taking, that judges at each of the hills are taking. They go through hours of review in a room and then decide, was there a violation? It gets announced tonight, and then that determines who makes it to tomorrow. At which point, the heats for tomorrow are finalized, and then we all come back tomorrow and watch the top 10 teams compete for the trophy.
Yeah. Do not envy those decisions that they have to make.
It's very much a thankless job. Just, getting excited about these men's heats. Looking at what we saw in the women's heats, we saw a lot of great speed out of Spirit and SIGEP, and a little less out of CIA, but the surprising, their D buggy for women's, which is their A men's buggy, definitely showed some potential there. So the 3 buggies that were fastest last weekend in terms of overall roll times for the men are looking, very much in the hunt here with not a lot to separate them. And then you have Sigma Nu a little in front of that in terms of raw speed down here in the chute, but maybe not the push team to really match those guys. So it should be very interesting. Not sure what to expect out of Pika, not sure what to expect out of Fringe, but I'm excited. This is going to be a great day. And if you're holding back, you're probably making a mistake, because this is the day to go fast.
And we're about to see those teams going fast. The first heat of men's race day about underway in lane 2. We're going to have Fringe Men C in Baltic, and in lane 1, Jaeger, Sig News new buggy. So really excited. Obviously, we saw great stuff from them on the women's side. Hoping that they can maybe follow it up here on the men's side. Just under 2 minutes here to the start of this race.
Yeah, like I said before, Signu is debuting Jaeger. It's a rare instance where it was actually a fall debut, so it's been rolling for this full calendar year. I believe the organization almost had the buggy done last year, but couldn't quite get it out for race day. So they rather than rush it and risk something going wrong, and especially last year in the spring where there was basically 1.5 days of rolls, they waited till this year, and it is a very nice buggy.
Yeah, and also fall releases is sometimes very nice because a lot of buggy teams will release it in the spring and then have a couple weekends to qualify. the team, and then the driver is very inexperienced in that buggy, and it can be a concern for the team. And so letting that driver have the full year in that buggy is really nice and lets them go really fast without having to be worried.
And this driver did not drive the same buggy for women's. We had 2 drivers qualified for for Jaeger, and this is his first roll of the day. And this is a truly all-male team, male driver and male pushers.
Dylan Banano. Close enough. And here we are, the first heat of men's race day underway. A beautiful race on the women's end. Let's hope we match it here with the men. Signu A, a lot of speed starting things off.
I'm trying to pull my inner Andy Bordick and time these hill ones so that I can broadcast them, but it's new to me.
Really clean transition, 1 to 2.
It's about 18 seconds.
Yeah, I got an 18.3 on that one, and it looks like, you know, about a 30-second to the crosswalk. Not a bad time. Not a bad time at all for Signu, and about 32, 33 seconds for Fringe C and Baltic.
So, record setting is about 25 there. Really good is 27-ish. So 30 is about what you expect. And they're rolling great. Look at them.
Yeah, really nice into the free rolls. A good shove from Hill 2, very deep. Type of stuff you like to see. And, you know, for those of you maybe just joining us, the stop sign time, another really important metric, about a 56 and a half there. That's kind of one of the times we like to compare with different teams. 58, pretty good for Fringe C.
Yeah, it looked like about a 58, 59 second. The clock is a little weird for us at the moment. But
taking the shoot flag. Ooh, very much very tight early, but he fixed it. Came in very close to the bales, rolling out okay, but he definitely left some speed here in the shoot. Fringe through cleanly as well.
And here's the roll up. The Hill 3 pusher timed that one pretty perfectly.
Yeah, pretty good, considering it was highly variable down here.
Really nice stuff here on the back hills, 3, 4, 5.
And this, you know, again, Jaeger, a new buggy this year. It's a forward trike or a standard trike. For those of you who don't know, all buggies on the course this year have 3 wheels. You either have 2 in the front, 1 in the back, or 1 in the front, 2 in the back. This one is a 1 in the front, 2 in the back. This is Signu's first standard trike since the late 80s, early 90s, I believe.
And Signu A looking really nice here. That's a fast Hill 5 pusher they have. Gonna put up a competitive time, kind of setting the bar pretty high, it's gonna look like for other teams to come here. And must be on the push bar to cross. They're getting across at a 2:18.23 there.
So they took 6 seconds off last year's time. That was pretty nice.
It's actually their best time in a number of years.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, just for context, that would have put them 4th or 5th place last year. So impressive stuff. Nice race to open up. Anything really stick out to you there in terms of what we saw?
Well, for me, I definitely he was a little tight early on the turn, so that definitely scrubbed some speed. But then he recovered nicely. So you would I expect a high trap time, a little more indicative of how fast they were going versus how well they rolled out, which was good but not great because of the scrub down here.
Yeah, and that's a sign. You know, tomorrow you can probably shave a couple of seconds off of that with you know fixing that shoot turn line. As you see there, the little scrub.
Yeah, Elena, anything on your end?
I don't know. I think it was a great way to start the day, nice and speedy. Usually people are really worried because race day is very cold, and so the later you can go in the day, the warmer the roads are. And so this is one of the times that it being really hot out really helps the teams, is that these earlier teams aren't getting dunked on because their wheels are hard because of the roads being cold. So hopefully that helped them with their time a little bit too today.
All right, so we got the trap time for Sigma Nu there. It was a 36.14 miles per hour. So not the fastest we've ever seen down there, but I'm going to say very, very quick.
And it's one of the fastest in recent years, I believe. I mean, you hear that 36, 37. That's your top speeds over the past, you know, minus the COVID years. You know, the past couple of years at least.
Oh yeah, very, very nice. And about it's hard to get past that. Right? There's only been a couple, and you know, trap times are somewhat of an illusion sometimes because if it's a heavy buggy, They always have a little benefit of a couple extra tenths of a mile per hour down here. But I don't think Jaeger's a heavy buggy. So getting a quick time on a light buggy is really the hard part. And that's, talking about historically, that's where SDC has really just kind of shown their power. Is that they were quick in the roll on something pretty light to push. And that's the magic of this race. It's a running race that has a really weird baton.
And you saw right there up on the screen, drops test, very important. So for those of you who may just be joining it, it's one of the safety precautions for race event. I guess if you want to get into kind of what do we look for there in drops test.
Yeah, for sure. So essentially, we do this every time that the buggies go around the course, but we just check the brakes. All it's doing is checking that the driver is able to stop if they need to. And so on a normal day when we're just doing practices, we'll do them before we do all the practices. But because a lot of teams wheel treat or heat wheels and do those PD carryouts, they happen on race day right after the races. And so the teams just have to prove to the safety chair and the head judges that their brakes are working and functional, and hopefully they are.
Yeah, and we saw a bit of Jaeger's there. It cut away right before the buggy came to a stop. I assume it stopped in time. I didn't hear any loud oh no's from over there. But we'll get word from that if there was anything wrong. And Baltics, obviously we saw that stop and that one passed.
So 2:18 right there, flat.
And I don't want to shortchange Fringe C there. I mean, the 2:32, not a bad time. It might not be a top 10 time. It's probably on the bubble.
I mean, last year that would have put them in 10th place.
Yeah, that's why it's it's right on that edge of where you can expect to see top 10. But a solid run. I think coming into this, the times I think that's better than what some people expected, and it just shows. I mean, you put in the work, and especially on race day. I mean, times always get a little faster on race day anyway. But the Fringe being Baltic was a buggy that was built during the COVID years. I think it debuted in 2020. I don't even know if it actually hit the course before everything was shut down. So it really first ran in 2021 in the mini race day year.
Yeah, I think it's pretty telling. As someone who normally just casually views the videos, when you see the slower quote-unquote buggy within view the entire time of that faster buggy, that's how you know that they're doing a good job and kind of keeping pace. So.
Absolutely.
And it's a little smaller field this year, and in a cool way, it's just some really stacked heats. Apex A about to go here, and they're one of those teams. Day 2 threat, but could be a dark horse top 3 depending on how things go. Obviously, you're intimately familiar with them. What are you expecting to see out of here with Apex A?
I'm super excited. We have our most veteran driver in the buggy that's been our historical fastest. Firefly holds our course record, so we're hoping to beat that this year. Fingers crossed, but I think we've got a great team of pushers, and we're just super excited to see what we can do this year. We got our first ever fourth place last year, and just hoping to do that again.
When was Firefly built?
2017 release.
So
it was Apex's third build.
May seem like a while ago, but you have to discount the COVID years. So actually, relatively new buggy.
Yep.
Yeah, Apex rolled a. And so last year, Apex rolled a 2:18.64, which got him 4th place. 2:18 flat, the time to beat Signu A. So let's see what Apex is able to do here.
There's been some years where a 2:16 would have barely made the top 10. I suspect this year a 2:18 will get you in.
Nice transition there, 1 to 2. Apex looking speedy, about in line with what we saw from Signu.
And there's that Hill 2 shove.
Very similar crosswalk time to Sigma New.
Yeah, you're looking, I think it's maybe a slightly faster Hill 1 crosswalk, maybe about half a second faster, maybe a second faster. Firefly, again, a 2017 build, maybe a little bigger than your average A-team buggy, but surprisingly fast.
Firefly is surprisingly light. It's very roomy inside, but very light, very nice to pick up and move around. So.
And I like the wheels they have, or some wheel covering. It kind of lights up in the sun as it rolls.
Yeah, we actually painted those last year. They have little Apex logos painted on them to match the buggy. So.
All right, coming through, taking the flag. Ooh, a little late. But threw all right. A little hop. Spirit coming through. That's actually Spirit had a very nice turn here. Yeah, Spirit can do that with their A and B buggies. They will be looking good.
A little bit of a wide turn there from Apex A.
Yeah, our shoot line is traditionally kind of dead through the center, so it's wider than most teams, but not like something unexpected for that driver.
Only a 2 shove hill 3. That's what you kind of like to see when there's all that momentum. You barely have to push it.
Yeah, and I mean the pickup there again. Hill 3 I like to call it is a pretty technical hill. It is pretty short. It's very steep. But the big thing is knowing where to be standing for the buggy so that you've timed it properly. And here the Hill 4-5 transition around the 153 mark. So, Apex A, we're obviously, we're expecting a day 2 time. Definitely looking like a day 2 time. As they come up here with some screaming team members.
Yeah, and they're looking happy and reason to be. 2:15, 2:5. Very fast for them. Is that a team record?
That would be, if that counts and doesn't get disqualified, that will be our team record. Our last team record was like 2:18:32 or something.
And Spirit D coming in hot. Or D team looking 2:32. Let's see, crossing the finish line right there at 2:34.71.
Makes me
really
worried for
nice
their
by
A-team.
Spirit D. Really good race from both, clean driving, and that was fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Hill 4-5 transition was really good. You can definitely tell that Hill 4 pusher is an A-team veteran. He's paced our A-team for about 2 years now, so
Well,
definitely clean.
as we wait for that official Apex time, that may ruin one of my favorite trivia facts about Apex, which is their course record up till now had actually been held by their B team.
Yeah.
Apex had a couple of years in the past where their B team actually managed to be faster than their A team. And so their record was a 2:15.63 with their B team. This one is going to be pretty close to that. This may have beaten it.
2:15.00 is now on the leaderboard.
Yeah. So, and we'll await confirmation because I see these times coming on with
Weird.
.00s, not the fractions. So, we will try and get the full confirmation from sweepstakes on the official times, because right now what we're seeing on cmubuggy.org is just flat times. So take these with a small grain of salt. Apex definitely in the 2:15 point something range though, so good to see that.
Nice strong roll. They had a trap time of just a hair under 35 miles an hour, which is be the second quickest fast trap time of the day. So nice, quick. The shoot turn, interesting. It didn't cost them much, but it was definitely not the standard that most people try to achieve. That flat spot in the middle definitely threw me a little bit because it just seemed like it was way late in terms of administering the turn. And I don't know if that cost them on the rollout or not, but smooth is usually good, and the tighter you have to turn at any moment, the worse it is, because that's when your rolling resistance goes way up.
And going back to we were talking about like this whole dramatic thing about B team being faster than A team in Apex's history. For those who don't know, like the rule is that your A team has to be faster than your B team, has to be faster than your C team, has to be faster than D team, and you can get disqualified for that. Apex luckily got to get through with it because they could prove that it was like a mechanical failure and not a roster violation. But you're not allowed to mess with your rosters in any way to make your B team fast.
And that's a safety concern. You want to have these heats spaced out fairly widely so that you don't have a lot of buggy on buggy action.
Yep.
And if you do tricks with your roster and swap teams around, well, that negates the entire heat selection process, and that's not what we're here for.
Yeah. For those who don't know, like when we do heat selection and put these teams together in lanes, Sweepstakes uses data from Truck Weekend, which is like a race day rehearsal, to make sure that those two buggies are not going to be super close to each other in the course, because this isn't necessarily a one-on-one race, it's a time trial. And so we want those drivers to be able to drive the lines that they've practiced without having to worry about another buggy being in their way.
Yeah, and part of this Elena mentioned it's based on data from Truck Weekend, but that's a relatively newer occurrence in buggy. And so part of the reason, again, these heats are not randomly assigned. There is a meeting the week before race day after Truck Weekend where the teams select which heats they're in. part of the reason for this rule where your A team has to be faster than your B team is just because teams would stack their B team one year so they'd get a better selection the following year, so that it would mess everything up. So they instituted this rule, and that's why, again, if you can show that it was a mechanical failure or something like that, that's not what the rule was intended to stop. So they'll let things stand. But hopefully we don't have to worry about that today. I think Lina mentioned it on the women's side because the fringe B team was so fast, but I believe the SIG B team,
yeah.
but the SIG A was faster, so it worked out that way as well.
Yeah, I was really impressed. All in all, we didn't talk too much about SIG on the women's side, but a really nice showing for them. They were fast. SIG A men's about to be rolling here. And in this wide open year, I think definitely top 5 is a possibility for them.
SIG Men's A, like Hill 1 and 2, are two of the scariest pushers I've ever seen. No, definitely. So, like, we do push practices during the year, and that's just a time for the pushers to get to practice their hills. But you do it one hill at a time, so you have to catch the buggies at the top of the hill and slow them to the stop, like you see people doing at the end of Hill 5 here. And seeing someone who's like an A-team Hill 1 pusher barreling up at you with a buggy is one of the most terrifying things you ever experience. So I'm very glad that I am not having to catch their buggies right now.
They're definitely rolling strong. The two women's rolls they had for their A and B team were impressive. And SIG has had in the past a reputation of sort of just not turning it up until race day and then showing up and seeing can our drivers handle it. This year, though, they actually showed up with some good pace weeks before. And so I think you're seeing the benefit of that, showing up and being prepared so that the delta to race day speeds is not nearly as shocking. And they had 2 good shoot turns, so it pays off. So I'm interested to see how well they do. They certainly have the horses on the hills, and it's a question of can they put it all together, because it's going to be very tight in the top 3.
And it's not common to see, as we get 10 seconds to go here.
So here's SIG A firing off at the start. You can see their team looks fired up, chasing after CIAC as well. But a good-looking pusher right there, looking to get that split on Hill 1. But SIG A very fast. And a nice transition 1 to 2.
A big fall for the Hill 1 pusher, but that just shows how big of a shove he gave. Unfortunately, I'm bad and didn't start my stopwatch in time, but I'm looking at like probably a 14, 15 second Hill 1. I don't know, Mark, if you timed that at all.
I didn't get that. There's a telephone pole between where I was stupidly standing in the TV. So.
But SIG A looking fast. Really nice re-roll. Barracuda, a beautiful buggy driven by Lizzie Lee.
Looks like we've lost a clock on the broadcast, so we don't quite have a stop sign time. If I would guess, but I don't really want to, but they were looking a couple of seconds ahead of the previous couple at the 56 and a half, so as they come down here to the chute.
It's probably below 55. They're coming down to the chute flag. A little delay on the turn, but nice and smooth despite that. Well played. They're through nicely. CIA kind of wandering around back here, but they're also through, but that was definitely like an 8-point turn. Rolling out.
An important pickup here.
Wow.
Well timed.
Well done.
Well timed.
Yeah.
So far they have checked all the boxes.
And CIA, well timed right behind them. I got to say, I'm a little surprised CAAC is this close behind SIG A right now. As we got a lot of SIG fans watching it at Hill 2 here, very excited about that 3-4 transition.
Hill 4 is flying.
Yeah, and that's why, I was going to say before the heat started, it's not common you see a top contender in Heat 4 when there's 11 heats on the day, but they're in the running for the top time this year. This could be their first ever win.
Yeah, it's a great-looking push team. They've been fast. They've been efficient. It was a good turn again. We don't necessarily have eyes on a clock, but I can tell you this much. This is fast. Hill 5, some big shoves, trying to catch up to that buggy. Again, the hand needs to be on the push bar coming across. He is CIAC, not too terribly far behind there. We're going to look to get you a time as soon as we can. But from all my years of watching Buggy, that was fast by SIG.
They were motoring. They had a trap time down here of 35 and a half, which is about half a mile an hour quicker than we saw from Apex A and about half a mile an hour slower than Jaeger. They were motoring, and they had a very nice turn to their rollout. They did not scrub anything down here. Rollout looked good. I would say that they nailed it on that one. Very crisp, very smooth. You have to execute. There's so many things. You have to have the driver do it right. You have to have 5 pushers do it right. And you have to have about half a dozen mechanics get it right. And they got it all right there.
So waiting on that time. Go ahead.
I don't want to speculate. We're going to get the time very shortly, I imagine, but I'm looking at something that's suggesting it's a very fast time.
We have time in as 2:13.62 on the leaderboard right now.
Very nice. A 2:13.62 for SIG FA. CIAC at 2:20.03, which puts them in the 4th place. That's a really fast time for a C team.
2:20. Wow.
Yeah, 2:13.62. Just for reference, last year would have been 2nd place.
So that really looked quicker than that. Maybe it's just the effect of guessing, but that really looked like they were motoring.
And that 2:20.03 is a CIAC record by over a second. Their previous one was a 2:21.30 in 2017. So well done to CIAC. You can only half see me right now. I'm trying to poke my head. We can't quite see drops from here. I'm trying to poke my head and see if I can see it.
Yeah.
SIGAP, for those who don't know, have had problems with drops in the past. I think right after truck weekend, they were even doing drops practice to make sure that their brakes are in fact working properly so that they don't have to worry about it this year.
Yeah. No, anytime a team gets DQ'd one year for something, they get all the focus on it the next year. So
I did just hear a cheer from down there.
There was a loud cheer and they're already walking away. I think that means they passed.
And yeah, that 2:13.62 would have been good for 2nd place last year, but importantly, the 1st place team, SDC, disqualified year, none of them are rolling. So, with the field as wide open as it is, that might not be a winning time, but that could very well be a top 3 time. The door is wide open this year. I'm really excited for everything we're going to be seeing.
Honestly, it's going to be close. I don't know. I think, 2:13 is not a bad time. You're not talking the 2:05s, 2:06s that maybe we've seen in past years, but I don't think anyone was really expecting that. I think you're looking at the 2:11, 2:12, 2:13 probably being your winning time this year.
Yep.
So, also, we're on Friday. They may have a little more juice for tomorrow where, knock on wood, we'll be out here rolling for finals.
yeah. From the driver perspective, I know that a lot of these drivers are going this fast for the first time ever because race day is always faster than anything they've gone before if they're on an A team or even sometimes a B team. And so I know a lot of drivers will come out of that saying, I think I could have done it a little better. Bumpy.
I will say, watching the women's heats, one of the camera shots they had on the women's Hill 1, Hill 1 seems a little like it may not be in great shape right now. Like it's a little on the bumpy side.
Room temperature?
I've never actually been inside a buggy before, but I imagine it's not the most pleasant feeling experience, even if it's a lot of fun to do. Getting confirmation from the crowd here, it is not a pleasant experience, but it is a very worthwhile one and a lot of fun.
Our drivers kind of describe it as going on the little scooters that you'll do in elementary school gym, but on your belly. And so they have a lot of fun with it and everything. They're always excited to go down the course, go fast, roll all the time. So super excited.
Yeah, and if you're new to the sport and you've never been out here before or watching at home, you may be surprised to know there are actually people inside. I think there have been a lot of shots that show the drivers in there, but yeah, so there are people do actually fit inside these things. They are steering it, they are controlling it, and yeah, it's something that very few people, I think, are able to do. I think most of us in this booth probably can't do it. I don't know, Elena, if you've ever... Phoenix is pretty big. I don't know if you've ever tried to get in that, but...
I am driver-sized. I fit in a lot of buggies. My arms are a bit long, and so that's usually the issue, is that I can't steer properly. But you'll know that like at the beginning of each school year, teams will be out on the cut like looking for short people basically. And then as teams later in the year are looking for more drivers to fill out more teams, we'll basically be on like short people watch and trying to get those people in places.
Well, they're bringing the buggies out to the line, so it looks like we're getting pretty close here.
Yeah, this one, interesting matchup here. Fringe D, Spirit B. Spirit B, one of those teams, maybe not going to put up one of the top times, but, last year they finished in 5th place on the men's side. So definitely going to be competing for a trophy. Always great push teams, great buggy. What do we got out there?
Spirit B is deep with pushers this year, so I would expect this to be just a notch off their A team.
I believe that is Zook this year. Oh, and there's a nice shot of the driver in Zook.
So here we are off. Spirit B, the time to beat 2:13.62 by Sig Ep A.
And here, as you expect to see, the gap slowly forming here between Spirit B and Fringe D on Hill 1.
Yeah, bumper out there for Fringe D. Lovely buggy. Nice 1-2 transition. Neville Carceres, the Hill 2 pusher for Spirit. Taking it real deep. A little bit of a wobble there. Maybe grabbed the push bar a bit too much, shoving it into Hill 2 there, but still a lot of speed coming down.
And that was about a 20-second Hill 1, so that guy was just bringing his step.
And then about a 31-second crosswalk time as Zook approaches the stop sign here.
Which for a B team is good.
Yeah. And one of the things to know about Spirit and what I love about them, they repaint their buggies every year. They were polite enough to write the names of their buggies on the back end this year, so it's easier to identify them.
About 57 seconds at the stop sign.
So this Easter egg blue buggy coming down. Nice turn in, a little bit of a glide, but that's a nice turn for Spirit.
And it was nice on Truck Weekend. They debuted their buggies with the base paint coloring on Easter in these kind of Easter pastel sort of colors.
They're real pretty.
Good pickup from 3, pretty deep. 2 shove, 3 shove into that transition. Pretty textbook 3 to 4. Spencer Matonis, little 4 pusher.
And Bumper has made it at the speed of Bumper through the chute. It's going to be a long Hill 3.
I've done that before. It is not pleasant.
Yeah.
I pushed a Hill 3 from the Monument when I was a freshman. I think you saw it impact my Hill 5 technique later in life.
This is a very solid Hill 5 and a very solid time for Spirit B. Kind of, looking like it's definitely going to be better than last year's. It's going to be in line with what they've been doing the past few years.
Let's see a 2:17.72 right there by Spirit B.
Yeah, so that's a quick beat.
Yeah, that puts them right around, I believe, where Signu A was, and should easily be good enough for day 2.
Yeah, put him into 3rd place. Should be good for day 2. That would have been a top 5 time last year. Obviously, much more ideal conditions this year. But even on the Hill 2, it wasn't a great shove by them. So there's an opportunity to shave a little bit of time there.
That free roll matched the SIG FA free roll almost exactly down here at 35.6 miles per hour, which is quick. It's one of the better gap times down here. So yeah, another great roll that really kind of put all the elements together.
And Fringe D coming up Hill 5 here. The fact that Fringe has 4 teams out is impressive, and this is a solid D team time. You're looking at a 3:23.
So the sun has been warming the pavement down here by the pagoda with the pergola top. Yeah, you reach out and touch it. It is now just it was cold this morning, not like 33 degrees winter cold, but it was not hot. Right now you could call it just above room temperature, so maybe in the 70s. So we still haven't quite seen that effect we're going to see as the pavement gets warmer and warmer in terms of really letting buggies run. So these trap times, pretty impressive given that we are still early in the day. It's a great day. It's a beautiful day. There are now, we're talking hundreds down here in the chute. But it's not yet to the point where later heats are going to really have an advantage of the hot pavement helping them out.
The 2:17.65 officially coming through for Spirit there. So good to see for them. That's good for third place right now. We are just zooming through these heats. That was the 4th of 11, the 5th of 11 coming up here. Good, clean driving this year. You love to see it. Another kind of B-D matchup coming up here. Next one is SIG-EP men's B and Apex men's D. Interested to see how SIG-EP's B looks on their women's side. Really impressive race from their B team, and really not a lot of separation, at least on the women's end, between their B and their A. I think only a matter of 4 seconds or so? 4 seconds.
I suspect we're going to see something very much like what we just saw with Spirit B in terms of a very strong B team. If you looked at the truck weekend sort of push times, both Spirit, CIA, and SIG-EP were just packed with pushers, and clearly their A teams are loaded, but they had enough to make these great B teams, and we're going to see that. And I think that what you talk about, these are double pack teams, and they're just going to crank.
I noticed Bumper's missing a wheel cover there. I don't know if they rolled without one or without wheel covers on both sides, or just one side, or.
I haven't seen wheel covers on that buggy in quite some time.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're probably locked in the snack bar or something. I don't know where they are.
You could put a bumper sticker over it, and then it's just,
A really, really large bumper sticker.
Exactly.
No.
So, Bumper was a great experiment of, can we shrink the wheels a little more and give the pushers a little more of an edge and have a smaller aerodynamic package? But it ends up that it proved that maybe you can go too small on these wheels, and it has never quite given us the potential that it could have had. Certainly a little easier to push, but it has never quite rolled like its bigger brothers with the more Zuder-sized wheels.
Yeah. But props to them for trying new stuff. I think it's always interesting when teams try new things, different things. Even if they don't pan out, they give you a lot of information about what is actually useful and not in buggy. Because I think a lot of it tends to be guesswork based on what has and hasn't worked in the past. And so new data points are always great.
And I'm auditorially hearing buggies coming through the chute today. I'm hearing, I'm the wheel whisperer. I actually can hear that there's some people trying some crazy stuff on wheels. There's definitely some of these buggies are coming through sounding distinctly different to me than they have in the past. And they're moving quick. So somebody's been doing their homework.
We already see Apex D's Phoenix on the starting line at Hill 2. Phoenix, Apex's very first build back in I guess it debuted in 2013.
Phoenix is old. He's very heavy. We keep trying to retire him, and he does not let us do that. So we'll see how long Phoenix stays around. We might be here 50 years with Phoenix. So
I think Phoenix was around back when we were fighting the Redcoats.
Phoenix just is always. Can't lose it. No. Phoenix is a great, he's one of our largest buggies, so fits a lot of drivers very comfortably.
And we saw the driver in there giving a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Driver ready to go in this one. As we see Kraken reach the starting line as well.
Yes.
And interesting to see where SIG-EP B lands here. SIG-EP A currently in first place, holding on to that top spot.
And, with that pressure off, you can just send your B buggy, right? And so Yam's away on this one. They're just going to go full bore.
And Kraken, a good buggy. I mean, they have Barracuda as A and Kraken as B this year.
There's not much between them, really.
Yeah, the two have been the opposite positions in past years, so.
Yes.
Here we go, SIG-EP B. Awesome showing from the house, just like both races, all the energy and so many people running up behind them. It's a really good vibe to this SIG-EP team this year, and looking to be another really fast time with their B team.
Yeah, I have about a 17-second Hill 1 for their B team, which is really impressive.
That might actually be better than their A team.
kind of a
And
short.
a 27, 28 seconds crosswalk time.
That's an A-team-like crosswalk time. So that's their motor, and they are definitely not going slow.
Man, this is
really clean in the free roll.
SIGAP, you know, they're only rolling two teams this year on the men's side, 2 teams on the women's. I don't know if they have more than 2 buggies that are usable at the moment, but I mean they're looking pretty deep right now roster-wise.
Yeah, under 55 stop sign time. That's up there with some of the top we've seen so far today.
All right, so they're coming down past the stairway. And shoot, nice smooth entry. This looks like a good turn. Solid. And you know they're rolling these wheels without the hubcaps, without the wheel covers, which is an interesting choice. But they're going quick, so.
See them pick up a little bit of hesitation, but gets it pretty good there, fairly deep. A lot of speed maintained here.
So cap time not nearly as impressive as some of the earlier buggies, but still pretty quick.
And there you see Phoenix in the back as well, coming up hill 3 as it's chugging along too.
Don't discount APEX-D.
They're in the same screen, so that's good.
Here we got the 4-5 transition here, looking at a 155, 154, 155 for that. So we're looking at, I mean, they're going to be pretty close to their A team, I think.
Yeah, A team, the time to beat 2:13.62, Apex A in second place 2:15.20, and this SIGAP B is going to be close with all those top times. Here coming across, not letting the buggy get away at 2:16.03 unofficially.
Wow.
Unofficially, that would put him in third place. Second place, 2:15.20. So really good showing from SIGAP B team. Only a couple seconds slower than their A team.
I also don't know if I've ever seen this many SIGEPs out for race day.
That's what I'm saying. The vibes are immaculate at the Sigma Phi Epsilon house.
I mean, and look, Apex D here. This is a 240 for Apex D. That's, I mean, just in the battle of D teams, they're a solid 40 seconds, I think, ahead of Fringe D right now.
Yeah, 6 seconds behind Spirit D, though. So it is interesting, though. You do think of those things. Obviously, we always talk the most about the buggy in the first place, but there are kind of these little things of like, hey, who has the best D team out here? And, you know, those important factors for developing your team and getting people recognition and all that good stuff.
On the women's side, was it Apex D or CAAD that was wearing the capes?
That was us. I was on Apex D. We Apex Women's D is often like the historical like mechanics, just like out here have a good time. So we'll wear fun stuff, do some fun things.
Yeah, you'll see that a lot with the D teams, and that's why that's one of the reasons why the D teams tend to not be as fast as the others. Is it's often mechanics teams, but sometimes when a team is very deep in a roster, I mean just based on that time, I'm going to assume a lot of Apex D. There may have been
those
mechanics there,
were all pushers. Actually, one of our push captains was on that D team. He was like excited that he was finding enough fast people to push him down onto D team. So it's great. It's been really awesome.
So one of the things to look for if you're really seeing how prepared a team is you look at the transitions. You look where the one pusher exchanges the next one. And like I just saw on the replay there, the SIGAP B, I think it was the 3-4 exchange, just looked like they'd done it a few times. Like it looked polished, it looked smooth. It didn't maybe look like perfect technique, but it looked like those two guys knew each other and they knew what to expect, and that gives you some speed. So it's something to look for. Is if you can tell, like if it seems like these two guys don't know each other, it's probably not going to be a great run or a great push time. But that team looked well oiled.
My favorite thing about drop test, by the way, is the replacement flags, because there are flaggers in the chute and at the transition, but oftentimes teams don't have a real flag up at Hill 1, so they hold up whatever they can. I like that little fan that they had.
I think might have been a Fringe team earlier that was dropping and using just like a small like bag or purse or something as their flag.
I've seen a hat used before.
We used our capes that we used for D team. It's just you're not really thinking about it when you go up to go catch the buggy. You're thinking about getting up there and making sure that you can see the Jumbotron, making sure your driver is going to be okay and you know everything about it. And then you get to drop and you're like, oh wait, we need something to show the driver where to start braking at.
Yeah, and it's really just so the driver has a visual reference in addition to someone shouting brake and the line on the ground that they may or may not be able to see because it'll be right in front of them when they need to actually brake. So it's just another cue of when you should press the brakes. More good news for SIGEP there. It looked like from the video, Kraken successfully passed drops.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and that would give them a 2:15.99, so just 2 1/3 seconds slower than their A team. Third place.
Wow.
0.7 seconds slower than Apex. Some potential bad news in SIGEP land. I was just told by Sweepstakes there have been a couple protests lodged against that A team run, including a false start. It did look like maybe he went a little close. I couldn't hear the audio with the gun. But as well as a lane violation. So again, all these protests are processed by Sweepstakes overnight, so we won't know the actual outcome until they do the video review tomorrow. But just something there that may be shaking up the leaderboard as well. Because a great time with SIGEP A, 2:13.62. Hopeful we get to see it tomorrow because you hate to see any disqualification for any reason.
So that B team trap time down here, not quite up to the trap times we've been seeing for SIGEP A and Spirit B, or Jaeger for Sigma Nu, but it was good. It was 34.7, so about 0.8 of a mile an hour off of Spirit B and SIGEP A. So quick, but not. They clearly had the good stuff on their A buggy.
And that excuse me, that news about for protest or a potential review of the SIGEP A is just further evidence. Like, I mean, their B team has a time that is probably a day 2 time. So the good news is, even for them, if something does happen and their A team does get DQ'd, they're still in it. Like, they're not out. Like,
right.
they've got that second team that's only 2 seconds behind their A team. You crank up the buggy a little more the next day, you're right there with everyone else.
I'm hoping in the future we have more creative drop flags. I would like to see a Hannah Montana Christmas album cover used as a drop flag, because that would warm the cockles of my heart.
Where are you getting these references from today, Mark? I love it. You're dialed in.
For any of the teams on Hill 1, if you happen to have one of those back in your buggy shops and want to bring it out for Saturday drops, Mark will be very happy.
Yeah, I'll pay $100 for that for my
I got
vinyl
$20 for whoever shows up with a Hannah Montana Christmas album cover as a drop flag.
What year was that, do you think?
I was a child, I don't know.
I would have been a child, I assume.
So I was not a child, I was probably in my 30s.
Just acted like a child, right?
Childish.
Yeah, exactly.
So here's Pika B, and I don't know what to expect out of Pika B from the roll. They were uncharacteristically not on form last weekend, but their pushers look pretty good, and certainly they've rolled strong for the women earlier. So I have no expectation other than they have potential.
Yeah. And they're rolling Raptor, which is not their fastest buggy, but it's consistent, it's big.
It's very comfy, apparently. You have to submit blurbs for design comp, and that's what the buggy they entered. And their head driver submitted a blurb about it being so comfortable.
Just a massive Hill 1 pusher.
About an 18.2 second Hill 1 for Pika B there.
Big Shove enjoying this here on WRCT 88.3 Pittsburgh.
30 second
TV.
And a 30-second crosswalk time there.
Maybe 29 and a half, I'm not sure. It looked a little better than 30, but uncharacteristically slow for them. And we've seen them do that at 25 or 27 pretty routinely.
Yeah, the battle of the B teams. SIGEP B, the fastest, Spirit B about a second and a half behind them. Pike looking maybe a little bit slower than them through this roll, but there's still a lot of racing to come.
But they're definitely getting down the hill here very nicely.
They're looking at a 59 second stop sign time. So a little off some of the other B teams, the top B teams we've seen today, but still a solid roll.
This is Pika B coming up, taking the flag. Nice entry, smooth. A couple little tiny micro adjustments, but overall nice turn, although it just didn't look fast right here.
And just from my own view, I mean, seeing CIAD's Equinox in the shot there, CIAD may have is picking up a lot I mean, it looks
seems like somehow Pika lost some speed in the shoot there. They're neck and neck. CIAD may even be passing them. I mean, you'd imagine the pushers would separate themselves, but they're neck and neck on Hill 3.
I mean, and this is another example, like we were saying, CIA is a deep team this year. These are legit. These aren't just mechanics. These are legit, I think, CIA pushers, and they're showing it here with a neck and neck battle, very reminiscent of 2017 with these buggies and teams.
Nothing gets you going like having that other buggy right in front of you.
Oh, the CAAD pusher tripped a little bit there to give a little bit of space.
Wonky in the transition there, and Pika B starting to pull away. CIAD running for his life as fast as he can, but the Hill 5 of Pika B showing a little bit more class just in terms of that speed, but still only 2 buggy lengths separate them. Interesting, wonder what made them lose so much speed in the chute. This is going to be really close on that finish. Hand on the push bar, 2:33.19, and CIAD about a 2:35.
So something definitely went wrong mechanically down here. They looked fast coming down past the upper transition flag, but from the chute flag all the way to Hill 3, it just didn't look quick. Like, it looked like something was wrong. I didn't hear any sound, nothing rubbing, nothing fell off the buggy as far as I can see. The chickens are out there looking, but they're not finding anything. And it's mechanical of some kind. And it's happened, right? You have these great buggies that all you have to do is have something rubbing just a little, and you're going to be shimping down the hill, and it's just not. It's what we just saw, and that's an uncharacteristically slow run for a Pika B team.
Wow. Yeah. Well, especially as good as they looked at the start.
Yeah, they looked great all the way to about the chute flag, and then it just became unglued. They need more glue.
And you know, again, we don't know, you know, if something went wrong, what went wrong. I mean, we heard for the CIAA women's team, like a bottle cap that they caught on the course got stuck in their brake system. That, like, there's all sorts of fluke things that could happen that you plan and you know what's going to happen, and then you get out there and you can throw that all out the window.
Yeah, and do you think there'd be potential for a re-roll on that, or if it's just something mechanical that's on them?
Yeah, unfortunately, if it's not like an external thing, they probably won't be able to like protest that, but that's a sweepstakes and head judge decision. They certainly can submit a re-roll request.
If I was Pika, I'd be asking, but I'm not sure that they have much of a basis, although they have managed as an organization to argue for some pretty spectacular re-rolls in the past. So. Yeah,
and again, I mean, from here, like, we're seeing what you're seeing, so, you know, we have no idea what, if anything, happened. It could just be, you know, Raptor's not a new buggy. It's been around for a while. It may not be as fast as
it definitely slowed. It went from quick to not quick.
Yeah, you just never know.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one time with Apex where we rolled on truck weekend and one of our buggies was slow, and we opened up the back hatch and there's just a hand warmer in the back wheel. So anything can happen during a roll, especially so you never know.
Well, you know, the chute turn is the first time that you get the big lateral loads on the wheels, and that if you have something that's loose in terms of like the spacing of the wheels, either on the front fork or on the back wheels, and there's a chance for the wheel to migrate and rub against something, this is where it's going to happen. And so there's a pretty good chance that they had something rubbing that didn't rub until they hit the turn. And that's just sort of a generic thing, but having seen about 1 billion buggies finish this course, that's how it happens. It's when the weight shifts and the buggy is pushing now to the outside of the turn and the wheels are trying to hold it back, that's where something gets pressed against something.
Yeah.
And you shed some speed.
And it just goes to speak to like how complicated the mechanical side of these things are, especially for teams that treat their wheels. We're putting those wheels on the buggy like seconds before it's lifted up and walked to the start line. And when you're moving that fast, even if you practice putting on the wheels time and time again, something can go wrong. You miss something a little bit. It's a lot of pressure on those mechanics down in the truck.
And one thing that doesn't get talked about, getting the buggy out of the truck is not as easy as you may think. Like, a lot of people who haven't done it just think, like, oh, all right, you lift the buggy, you carry it out. I know my organization got DQ'd one year because they were not expecting it to take as long as it did just to be able to lift the buggy up, carry it down the back ramp of a U-Haul, and then get it onto the course. And so, like, you know, it's the sort of thing where one little thing could go wrong early and screw up the entire run.
Yeah, so it was already slow at the trap. It was at 30 miles an hour, which is about 5 miles an hour off of where you'd expect them to be. So they had sick buggy disease. There's just something not right with the prep there. And
well, the good news for Pika is that was their B team. Yeah. Their A team is coming up in a little bit, and their A team is definitely one of the front runners this year. They haven't won a race day since 2008, but they are historically the winningest buggy program of all time. The 2010s was, I believe, the first decade in buggy history that Pika did not have a win.
Wow.
So the what better way to get the 2020s started off right than getting back on top? And we'll see them a little bit later, but I believe coming up now is we're finally in the run of A teams. We had, I believe, Signu and Apex a little earlier, but from this point on, I believe it's all. Oh, sorry, there's one more B team to come.
But CIA B coming up in the next team, but this one is Fringe A, Spirit C. Fringe, one of those interesting teams, always kind of hanging around. This year, who knows kind of what's going to happen with any of this. SIGAP, a fast time in that first place, but again, there are some protests there, and not an unbeatable time. If Fringe pulls some out, they're sitting in third right now on the women's side. The door is open potentially for a top 5 for them.
What buggy is running for Fringe?
This is Brimstone.
Brimstone. Is this their new one?
Yes.
Yep. I've been hearing all good things from them.
And Brimstone, not the first buggy named this. It has a winning history. There's a Pika buggy from the early 2000s, also named Brimstone, that is I believe, multiple winner. So Fringe trying to bring on some of that karma here.
Yeah.
But a very tight hill one.
I was going to say, nice job by Spirit C keeping it close, putting some pressure on Fringe A there as they get finally in that hill 2 shove. Not a huge shove. And these buggies are pretty close. You'd imagine Brimstone will separate against Kingpin.
I don't know. Kingpin has rolled his Spirit's A team relatively recently, so there's no guarantee here. I mean, Brimstone's been out a little bit, but it's a new buggy. I mean, it looks like Spirit's getting ready for a pass here. This Kingpin is moving outside, preparing to pass.
See, gaining some, and it looks like a pass at the stop sign.
Well, we're going to see. This is going to get a little tight here at the transition flag. As you see some swerving. Oof. I think she hit the brakes. I think she hit the brakes.
There. Yeah. Really tight coming to the flag. Smart driving there.
Fringe entering. Fringe smooth. Again, no fairing covers on the.
And
the buggy, through nicely. The Spirit buggy disappeared behind the monument. I cannot see it.
Yeah, it was a pretty sharp turn, but that's the sort of thing that happens in a controlled brake, because the brake is on one hand, is usually one of the hands. So as you're pulling it, you also tend to turn the buggy a bit.
Especially if you're going at that speed.
And it looked like she was slowing down as she did that. So I believe, well, hopefully we'll be able to get some word or some update from down there that everything's okay.
Yeah. The drivers are always told that if they get too close and they don't feel comfortable passing, or they don't think they can, to try to avoid passing in the chute if at all possible. And they're allowed to brake and then request a reroll. So we'll see if that happens.
And that spot in particular is tricky, because when you try to pass on the outside early in the chute, as Kingpin was doing there, once you get to the transition flag, the outside becomes the inside. And as Fringe, not seeing a buggy on their side or behind them, will move over towards the flag. There's not often
coming across right there at 225.9. Not super fast right there out of Fringe's A team. And there was the potential kind of for a pass there, but I don't know if that affected their driver at all. It just looked like they weren't that fast into the chute.
I imagine
they weren't that quick. It was pretty soon. Now, I see that they're taking the driver out, and EMS is strolling, not running up there, so I think it's a fairly routine extraction.
And it looks like where the buggy is stopped right now, that seems like it's just a standard. She hit the brakes and stopped. And you can see the driver wiggling out now. So
yeah, we got word from down there. The driver is fine from sweepstakes. So awesome to hear that. Laura Whitwick, the driver there in Kingpin. So great job by her. Doing the smart, the safe thing. They'll get another roll. One would imagine there.
And she's Spirit's head driver. She knows what she's doing. So good move on her part, I think.
Yeah, and like I was saying, at that point of the course. As Fringe is coming over, and I'm sure we'll see this as part of this replay of the heat as we're coming up. But as the Fringe driver moves over towards the Fringe flag, the Spirit driver is stuck on that side, and the transition flag not that far off the curb, you can sometimes get squeezed between the curb and the other buggy where you're kind of in trouble. So the fact that the driver did hit the brakes where she did was the safe route, and again, like Elena was saying, you get a re-roll for that.
Yeah.
And you can see it right about here where she's like, oh, I'm done.
Yep.
And she did the right thing. She did the safe thing because you're told if you think a crash is imminent and you stop, you get a reroll, and that's perfectly legit.
And even the way she turned, there's plenty of road to work with, so it's not like you're again, as long as the brakes are working, which all of these buggies they should be. There's brake tests, and I mean we saw there an example. When brakes work. You got plenty of runway there. You hit the brakes. You're going to come to a stop. Everything's going to be fine. You get to jump out of the buggy and run back to the follow truck, get in the back and come back to the hill, and you'll get to roll again. So.
Yeah. And one thing just for people walking around, if you see a stop and then you see like EMS coming up, that's routine procedure. It doesn't mean that anyone's hurt. Every time a driver stops or bumps anything or anything happens, they just bring EMS up to check out the driver and make sure everything's okay, because stops can happen for any reason. On colder days, sometimes people's goggles will fog up and the driver brakes to a stop. And we just want to make sure that the driver's okay and approve to get out of the buggy, because it's sometimes a bit of a muscular process getting out.
And just a reminder, if you're standing on the course right now, please make your way off the road, because the follow truck with Kingpin is coming through right now. So just stay off the road as the follow truck comes through the back hills.
So the trap time tells the story there for Fringe. It was 32.3 miles per hour, so definitely like 3-ish miles an hour off the pace of the quicker buggies. And so that's how you get a time like they had. So I think if you look historically, I think Fringe had one of the fastest, if not the fastest, free rolls in the history of buggy. They clearly did not have the same recipe rolling today.
Yeah, and that can be anything. That can be pushers. That can be like growing pains. Getting a new buggy on your A-team is always a little bit of a risk, because even if you think that it's a great buggy, and they've been seeing good things in the rollouts during rolls and during truck weekend, things can change. And so you just never know.
I mean, and one other thing to note about Fringe, I mean, we brought this up before. This was the Fringe A team. I think Fringe's B team with Barbie is rolling in a bit, and they have a pretty fast push team.
Yeah, Fringe
especially
B is the last heat of the day with CIAA.
So this Fringe A time of 2:26.46. I mean, just from truck weekend, I think the Fringe B time is looking a little faster than that. So you do have to wonder, like, again, Elena brought up the potential rank DQ, and I think there's debate as to the merits of whether that should be a thing, whether it is a thing. Again, whether there is or isn't is a sweepstakes decision that'll be made at Chairman's tonight. But it's definitely something to look at. I mean, you've only got 6 seconds right now between Fringe A and Fringe C to go in that order. Otherwise, and again, if Fringe B puts up a faster time, they're still in. They don't get DQ'd. So, for Fringe, like, you still want to put up the fastest time as you can, because you want to make day 2. You want to get that trophy. You want to see what you can do.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy with Fringe A at 2:26. Like, that's a strong risk of not making day 2 with all the. I mean, we're flying through the heats. We got 4 heats left, but they got the pressure's on.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, Mark pointed it out with the trap times, but just the fact that Kingpin, a C-team buggy, was gaining in the free roll, like, again, Brimstone is a new buggy for Fringe this year. It's been out for a few weeks, but they may not have it. They may not have figured out the best tuning for it yet for race day. I'm sure, come tomorrow or next year, they'll have it back out and better than ever. But there was definitely something about the buggy just didn't seem to be as strong this year as some of their other buggies or their buggies in the past.
They're getting cursed for stealing Apex's name.
A whole bunch of different factors go into rolling a buggy quick, and that was quicker for them, I think, than they had a truck weekend. But it wasn't quick like they needed to be if they were going to be a competitive men's team time. And I think it is. It's sort of the new buggy syndrome where you're not everything is nailed down 100%, which is perhaps one of the benefits you're seeing from Jaeger getting out in the fall. They had that much more time to get up to speed. And it's not easy. Like it used to be even harder back in the days of the giant 12-inch Goodyear wheels. But even getting these fairly quick, right off the shelf urethane wheels up to speed is not necessarily simple, right? And
Yeah, especially considering that like a driver's first few rolls in any new buggy have to be slowed down. We use literally like plastic bags that we tape to the push bar to provide drag, and so drivers have to go through the course very slowly in their new buggies before they're even allowed to start picking up speed. And so sometimes that can be a thing. Although it looked like that driver's lines were very clean, that she was following what she was supposed to.
Her line was great down here. It just she didn't have the velocity to.
I would like to take a moment to appreciate Apex's Scorch's new paint job.
It does look pretty good.
It's it came out truck weekend in a slightly different paint job.
That was the underneath, I believe.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense because it's the non-black portions of this buggy was the paint job from last weekend, which evoked a very similar paint job from a 1990s buggy from Pioneers.
It's actually, I went back and checked. Pioneers, Hyperion, I think, Hyperon, was greenish, tealish up until about 2006,
Yes,
and then that was a repaint.
Yes, it was not the original paint job of Hyperion, but it did look a lot like it. And I believe you may have a connection to that buggy?
My dad built the buggy before that and then was on sweepstakes during the time of Hyperion.
Okay.
So, yes, he's around. He keeps coming up and waving, so.
Yeah, Buggy's getting down onto the course, so we're going to be going pretty
Can you give
quickly.
me the two buggies here rolling? I can't.
Oh, yeah, totally. It's Roadrunner in lane 1 with CIA B and Scorch Apex C.
So Scorch, that's their new build this year, right?
Yes.
And it's running for the C team. And that's their second traditional trike?
Yes. And just like we saw with Fringe C, putting that new build on C team was like a specific move to just in case.
And Roadrunner here for CIAB, their new build from last year, the unique handlebar on the push bar, the curved handlebar, which you don't see very often.
I believe that's called the Magoo. I could be wrong.
And CIAB, a very deep team, a lot of B teams up near the top of this leaderboard. But CIA, depending on how they perform, could sneak into the top 3 right here.
You're looking at about a 30-second crosswalk time for CIA, and I have about an 18-second hill 1.
And Apex C's right behind them.
Yeah, they're staying in there.
For this section, they usually keep station in terms of the distances because they're going about the same speed. Where you start to see them separate is once they get to the stop sign. That's where the quicker buggies pick it up and get moving. So we'll see how that looks.
57.5 stop signs.
So they're extending their lead here a little bit, which you'd expect from CIA, who has been one of the strongest rollers this year.
But not crazy fast for their B team compared to some of the other Bs we've seen.
Well, they were swapping both. This buggy's through nicely. That's a great shoot turn for CIA. And Apex buggy a little late in the turn. Tried to get ahead of itself, but it made it through nicely as well.
Here's the pickup.
But, both the CIA has 2 buggies that over truck weekend were both having really good free roll time. So you'd expect them to. There wasn't much between them in terms of what we were seeing on free roll. So you expect this to be good.
And a solid pickup on hill 3 for both teams. Although you could see Apex picking it up a little lower, a little closer to the chute. But that just goes to the knowledge that the team has of this is how fast our buggy we expect it to go. So we're going to stand a little bit further down. Roadrunner kind of flying here.
Yeah, I mean, these back hills, really great pusher depth for CIAB. You can see the separation just growing. Some great athletes here. You're 2:13.62 the time to beat, probably a little bit slower than that.
Yeah, but you're looking at probably top 5. It's going to be close to the top 5 here. We'll see in a second.
Yeah, 2:18.61. That probably puts them in 6th, right between Signu A and their C team. Honestly, only about a second and a half faster than their C team.
And Apex C here, crossing at about 2:33, 2:34. Should be that's a solid. That's 5 or 6 seconds faster than their D team, and right in line with kind of what we expected. Probably not a day 2 time, but a solid time nonetheless.
I would say that CIA roll was one of the better shoot turns that I've seen today now. I may have missed another good one, but they left nothing on the table down here. It was excellent.
And I love, this is probably just me, but the paint job on Roadrunner, the little yellow spot on the nose reminds me of back when I was in Buggy in the late 2000s. We had a different timing system, and you had a little yellow chip that you tried to put in the nose. And so this little yellow nose just reminds me of the chip, like being right on the edge.
Are there buggies on the line?
I don't think so. We're still walking down the drops.
They're still coming down for drops.
My bad. Sorry.
No, all good. So that was a 218.55. That puts them in 6th. But if you look at kind of the separation there, Spirit B in 4th, 217.65, CIA B 218.55. So really kind of tight within all of this. So, assuming a day 2 tomorrow, lots of opportunity for just movement within this whole leaderboard. Again, the top 10 today move on to day 2. Pika B holding on to that 10th place spot, but looks like they'll probably be bumped out with these next couple heats to
Will,
go.
can you run through the top times right now?
Yeah, gladly. First place right now, Sig Ep A, a 213.62. Second place, Apex A, 215.2. Sig Ep B in 3rd, 215.99. So Sig Ep in 2 of the top 3 spots. Spirit B, 217.65 in 4th. Signu A in 5th, 218.2. CIA B in 6th, 218.55. 7th, CIAC, 220.03. 8th, Fringe A, 226.46. 9th, Fringe C, 232.28. And 10th, Pika B, 233.17. Heats still to come. We have Spirit A, Pika A, and CIA A. So, looks like some people may be getting bumped out of there. Fringe A might not move on to day 2, assuming all the A teams do what they need to do. And then in addition, you have Fringe B. Then that last heat, that's going to be interesting. Apex B in second Aston.
If they can get that B buggy into the finals, they probably have the ability then to look at which pushers really showed up today and swap in and get the best mix there if there is a mix. But if you had told me last year that Sigma Nu A would be sitting in 5th place with 2 heats to go, I would have wanted whatever you were drinking. I would have wanted a sip, because this is remarkable. They went from basically not being able to break 230 a couple years ago to actually competing with B teams of much bigger organizations. As a tiny house, I'm pretty proud of them, because they only have 30 guys to pull from. And once you're done with Shoot Flagger and the mechanics, it's like 20 guys to pull from. So,
and they're rolling a B team who we're about to see here against Spirit A.
Some of these guys have actually pushed a buggy during push practice. Some of them.
Yeah, this is this heat, and then 2 more to go. Spirit A, really excited to see what they have here. Their women obviously won last year. The men, always right there. They have the quality in terms of the pushers. Their drivings looked really good. Their buggies have looked good this year. And with things wide open, I'm excited to see what Spirit pulls out here.
Yeah, and I think, the various predictors that are out there leading up to race day, I think Spirit is one of the 2 teams that has been most commonly picked to win this year. If they do, I believe it would be their first men's win since 1998. So, that's 20. We're at the 25th anniversary. So there may be a lot of people here, some Spirit 98 alums who are here for their 25th reunion.
I've seen some Spirit 85 alums here. So.
Oh wow.
So let's see. The door is open for them. Again, that first place number for Sig Ep A, a 213.62, and the time that's been protested, with a false start and a lane violation. I believe 2 protests against that race. All that decided later, but, Apex A in second at 215.20. So very interested to see here what we get from Spirit.
And here we got the 2 buggies coming out to the line. You got Spirit A's Seraph in lane 1 with their kind of pastel pink color this year. And in lane 2 is, I believe, Bunger's Crate, right?
Yeah, Crate. B team.
And is this? I don't remember if you said this before. Is this is the first time that Signew's been running a B team in
since 2009 or so? I think,
yeah,
so it's been quite a while.
Which 2009, Bungerscrate's debut. That was the year it was built.
Yeah. So it's and this buggy showed up last year and had some quick times. It hasn't really been quick this year. So I don't know what to expect in this. Who knows what sort of mischief?
But it's always exciting to see a team, an organization roll out a new team. Anytime you can add a number, add a letter, you're doing something right.
But I expect Spirit to lay down the law here and really just. They're going to be very close to that SIGAP time, if not bettering it.
So let's
they
see.
have shown nothing but strength in Truck Weekend.
Spirit A taken off, a lot of speed, very powerful Hill 1 push. Again, can Spirit take that top spot? He is rocketing up Hill 1, looking for a king of the hill time right here.
Oh yeah, he's the king.
That is a 15.7 Hill 1. That is very much in the king of the hill running.
Yeah,
Getting a little bit away from that buggy, a deep Hill 2 push, but he does get a nice shove on it.
If you found that under your Christmas tree, you'd be happy.
Nerd Olympics, dude. Everyone got to get a ribbon.
I was so distracted, I missed the crosswalk came up so quickly, I missed it.
Yeah,
I didn't see it either.
I think it's about like 26 or so, 25.
I was boggled by their prowess up and over.
I mean, this is. Well, we'll see what the stop sign time is, but they are flying right now.
Tell us the story.
Yeah, 52.
That's
That
quick.
is by
That's
far
strong.
the best of the day, I believe.
Oh yeah. I'm not sure if the trap's working anymore. I didn't get a trap time on the last race, so we'll see what we get.
Well, I see it there, and I see someone at it, so hopefully it's working.
Okay, a little late on the entry, a little bit of a slide early, but she is through. And Spirit could not have pulled that off a few years ago, but that looked excellent.
Yeah, it is amazing to see the way they have improved their performance in the chute, and a lot of speed coming here to Hill 3.
Crate with a goodly distance back also made it through with a pretty strong looking roll. See how they roll out.
I will say it was a good pickup by Spirit, but it did seem like they.
Oh my
they
God!
may
Look
have
at this guy on Hill 3.
Yeah, 3 to 4 transition. They're going really fast. We do see SIGAP in the picture, but here we go. Jeremy Lucas here on Hill 4. Spirit looking to definitively take the top time here. It's all about the back hills and their pushes. Really fast Hill 4 though. Not a lot of shoves as they transition it there. 4 to 5. Do not have the clock up on the screen.
I think
but Spirit looking super
I
fast.
see the clock. They are looking. If that clock is current, that's looking very fast.
Spirit looking to reclaim glory, one of the most storied teams in buggy history. You see the whole squad there. They're cheering, looking for the pusher to get through with the hand on the push bar, crossing over there. We'll look to get you a
the
time.
clock is stopped at a 2:12.74.
2:12.74 unofficially.
So yeah, well, we'll get the official time shortly, but that is unofficially the fastest time of the day.
Would be about a second faster than Sig FA, Sig New B coming across here. Awesome to see them rolling a B team. So we'll look to get you that official time, but a really
looking
nice.
at a 2:33.66. So a solid B team time. You get distracted by how far apart the two were because Spirit was flying, but I mean, 2:33 is right up there.
Not
for
bad.
B
That's
teams.
going to be right outside of the top 10. And the time we're seeing right now on cmubuggy.org is a 2:12.65. 2:12.65. So that puts just about 1 second ahead of Sig Ep A into the leader position with 2 heats to go. Pike and CIA A, the 2 other A teams we're going to be having our eyes on. But a really nice execution by Spirit all around. Maybe could gain a little bit of time with the shoot there.
And they've got some time to make up, I think, on Hill 2 also, because that was a deep. I think part of it was he had to catch up to the buggy, but it was a pretty deep shove. You get rid of that thing a little earlier, you give it a little more oomph, and you're probably going faster in the free roll. You might be able to shave a second or 2 off. Either way, 2:12, solid time. And I heard some cheering. I assume that means Drops was passed by a buggy.
Looks like Spirit because I still see CI meandering down.
Oh yeah, Crate. Yeah, Crate's on the Drops line now. So
rather, sorry.
Oh, they got shirt off for
Yep.
the drops this time.
Like we said, just anything that you can put in front of a driver that they can see. That's all you need.
Hannah Montana, or perhaps a Mr. Magoo Christmas calendar.
Oh,
So
that
close.
is not a good sign. So that line underneath crate right now is the line you have to stop before. The fact that the buggy is over it is not a good sign for them. Of course, nothing's official until Sweeps makes something official. So we'll find out from them at Chairman's. But that's
like potentially a failed drop there.
Yeah,
though.
potentially that is a failed drops.
So looking at the trap times, we now have a new king of the trap time. That Spirit buggy has gone faster than Sigma News.
Really?
Yeah. And so it's just a couple tenths of a mile an hour. But crate was also moving. So I would say Sigma News had 2 of the quickest 5 of the day.
Yeah.
But Spirit just flexed, and that was fast.
I have to say, I mean, you Mark probably know the special sauce, but as just a spectator who doesn't have the inside view of Signu, I'm always amazed at, regardless of how good or bad their pushers are in a given year, those buggies fly down the free roll.
Oh, it's 2 all beef patties, special sauce. And then lettuce, cheese, pickled onions on a sesame seed bun.
Is that what the wheels are made of?
No, that's a Big Mac.
And so they may have failed drops, but they hit in crate 35.74 miles per hour is what I'm seeing
that's
on here.
Crate basically never went fast on truck weekend, but that driver was going, give me the speed. And so they did, and there you have it. And she handled it well. I mean, that was a nice street turn. We didn't see it because we were all amazed at what Spirit was doing. But 2 really nice runs for 2 buggies, and you can clearly see what a difference pushers make when you have one of the better men's push teams in Spirit and then a B team. So never close, but it was highly entertaining.
And you know what? It helps that I just checked my weather app. It is 73 degrees here right now. I mean, you couldn't have a more perfect day for Carnival. So again, knock on wood, we get something like this again tomorrow and get 2 full days in. But boy, if you're watching from home, I'm sorry that you missed out on like the nicest day that Carnival's had in a long time.
We earned it after last year.
That's true.
I was almost turned into an icicle.
Last year, wasn't it like raining toads at one point? I think
it did hail last year.
I think we got like 5 of the biblical, plagues.
And at one point, I think snakes appeared, and then everyone died, and then we were, I don't know, it was a crazy recipe. I don't know what happened.
Isn't that just Bungarus crate, a type of snake?
No, it's a bird. I believe.
I
believe Signew's naming convention are seabirds now.
Is that how that goes?
I couldn't tell you. All I know is there's some kind of Jaeger is some kind of a skua.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it's not after Jägermeister?
It is not, actually.
And here comes the spoilers. I don't know what to expect out of Pica.
Yeah,
But the door is wide open for them.
Right. Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
There's some years where them doing a 212 would be like a layup, right? And so maybe not this year. We'll see. But they got to be in the mix. And the table is set for them to really.
And it's one of those things, like Elena was saying before, we have a lot of times from truck weekend. Pica was surprisingly slow on truck weekend. But boy, things have changed. I think their women's time was 30 seconds faster today than it was last weekend.
They did say in Geek Selection, when we were doing like safety times, that their truck weekend speeds were not what they were expecting from their race day speeds.
You speak of the special sauce. Clearly, Pica has not forgotten the recipe for how to go fast.
There we go.
And this is Pica's Banshee against Apex B's Solaris.
All right. 2:12.65, Spirit A in first place. The time to beat Pica A, trying to crush that. Good looking start, and Apex B holding close for a second.
Oh, wow.
But the A team trying to separate himself. Big push there from Hill 1.
Got about a 16.4 for Pica B, so slightly off the Spirit time, but not by much.
Yeah, better Hill 2 push, though, than Spirit B.
I think they were sub 27 at the crosswalk. I'm not.
Yeah, it was about 26 at the crosswalk for Pica as well.
They're throwing it down. That is best in show so far. We'll see how well it rolls. Remember, the last time they rolled a buggy for men's, it slowed mysteriously, starting right about now. But these guys are just cooking.
Yeah, Seraph was
and this is Banshee. It's been their 18 buggy basically every year since it was built in 2013. So looking at a 52, 53 stop sign, about on par
Right
with
in
Spirit.
line with Spirit, so it's going to come down to these back hills and, how much they can save in the chute.
And about a 57 for Apex B here. Apex B, again, this is one of those things where, Mark, I don't know, how's the chute looking?
Pika turned in a little wandering, but they're through all right. I'd give it like a B- in terms of we're looking for. And a nice turn for Apex B coming through.
So here we are, the pickup for Pika A, trying to chase that top spot away from Spirit. Really good look at Hill 3 there, getting a good bit of space and separation. They're shoving right as Apex B is picking up their Hill 3. Pika A, Hill 4 going, cruising, flying, 2:12.65, the time to beat for Pika A to take that top spot into day 2.
Right, so that trap time not quite on par with Spirit, but in the mix with SIGEP.
This is going to be right there. This is neck and neck with the Spirit time right now. The 4-5 transition about 150, 151.
Yep.
All right,
and
so
he
here
is
we go.
flying on Hill 5.
Really fast Hill 5. You see the Pikes getting excited up here. Looking at the
make sure he can
scoreboard.
get to the push bar.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit
All
behind
right,
the buggy. He's got the hand on the push bar. He's coming up at that line. And that looks like a sub 210, a 209.3.
As Pika goes crazy on the front hills here. And look at this Apex B time. Again, that gap throwing you off. Apex B looking at possible day 2 here.
Yeah, 223.74. That would be good enough for about 8th or 9th place. Wow. But an excellent job there by Pika. The story really has been, 2019 couldn't quite put it together. The past couple years, oh so close. And obviously, there's a day 2 coming, but so far for day 1, that's about everything you want to see from Pike.
I think there's more heats to come, some alumni heats, exhibitions. So
Yeah, well,
stay off the course.
We're not done with the men's. We still got the presumptive favorite coming into this CIA
that's right.
coming up in the last men's heat for the day. And then yes, there are 3 more exhibitions to end the day. Some alumni grudge matches and exhibitions, including a fringe versus fringe battle.
I think Pika just slapped a king on the table here, so we'll see if anybody can touch this. But that's impressive, and particularly where they were sitting on truck weekend, they showed up and they showed up big. That's great execution across the board there.
And we'll have to see. I believe the buggies are walking down to the drops line now.
Just gotta make sure.
Well, this appears to be Apex's drop, so I'm assuming that I didn't hear anything, so I assume that means a good sign for Pika. But
I think a lot of the Pike people are still at the top of the hill, so.
But a really nice roll from them. The official time coming in at 209.26. The trap speed 35.66. So I think that's like 3rd, 4th fastest. So very fast on all aspects. The fastest time that matters, though, right, is at 209.26, about 2.5 seconds faster than Spirit. CIAA, the pressure is going to be on for them. They are currently sitting in first place on the women's side and want to be sitting in first place on the men's. The final heat of the day for the men's. There will be, as mentioned, a couple exhibitions after that, so please do not go on the course after this race is done. But some good, clean racing we've been seeing today.
I mean, we saw the one near pass that led to a controlled stop by Spirit C, but otherwise, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better day of racing, I don't think.
CIA here. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, coming up now at CIAA with Kingfisher, their COVID build back in 2020. It's interesting. I'm very baffled, if you will, by CIA's buggy placement decisions this year, because they had Equinox as their D team for men's, but their A team for women's, and Kingfisher as their D team for women's and their A team for men's. Well, normally an organization, like, you don't have buggies that can be both. Like, you have a fast buggy or you have a, like, solidly built buggy.
Well, that's a keep out of trouble strategy, right? You give the driver a chance to tour the course, but not be in a close heat. Yeah. So you run one A and one D, or vice versa. So the driver has now been in their buggy and been around the course as a D driver. Now they're set up to go A and feel like, okay, I've had one extra lap in a heat that didn't cause me any kind of grief, right? A little slower, no spin, no damage, right? You want to deliver that A buggy package to the line for your A heat. And so running it D for the women's makes sense, and vice versa. Run it D for the men's, so it would be it was already in pristine shape, but you're saving it to be in pristine shape for tomorrow for the women.
And I don't want to again. This is the last men's heat of the day, and you know we'll talk a lot about CIAA, but I don't want to discount Fringe B here, pushing Barbie, their 2018 build. Because you know, as I was saying during Fringe A heat, this Fringe B team is from Truck Weekend data, like they're a fast team. I don't think they're CIAA level fast, but they're definitely Day 2 level fast. So you know, this might be a closer heat. I don't expect a pass here. I don't expect it to be that close. But you know, CIAA. Great pushers. I think they're coming in with the SEC DQ as the presumptive favorites. Although that Pika time is, maybe Pika was expecting it. I don't think any spectators or anyone who had been out this year was expecting something that fast.
Historians could have expected it, but nobody judging it purely on last weekend's data would have expected it.
And here is Kingfish as they swap places. Kingfisher on the left and Barbie. You know, she's a Barbie girl living in a.
I can't quite make out. Are those wheels on Barbie white? Can you see?
They are.
It's part of the Barbie theme.
I think they are, and that's an uncharacteristic wheel color for a team that normally has buggies starting with the letter B.
See,
So I'm going to declare blasphemy on that.
Buggies are getting set down on the course.
Nope.
So here we are. This
is the final men's heat of the day.
So here we go. Pika, the top time to beat 209.26. CIAA looking to claim that top spot.
Fringe B,
Fringe
keep it
B
up.
pulling a surprise there.
Fringe B is going to win the Hill 1 race.
I think that's Ken pushing Barbie.
Is surprising right here. The transition.
They're about the same 17 seconds.
Fringe B got the transition right before CIAA. This is really close right here coming into Hill 2, looking at the shove, and a pretty much simultaneous shove. Kingfisher just barely ahead. Fringe B having to take a little bit of speed off there in Barbie with CIAA getting into that shove first, and you can see them separating now.
And this separation suggests that Fringe B broke. This is too much of a gap, I think, now. Of course, we'll find out, you know, after this heat and after Chairman's if there was a break, and if there was, it's a reroll, or there's a potential
about
reroll.
A 53 at that stop sign, so a little bit behind Pika and Spirit's time looking at that split.
It's much cleaner to get a reroll if you stop versus slow, but it's happened both ways.
And you do wonder if that had some effect on CIA.
They're through cleanly. Very nice shoot turn. I would say that was textbook. And Barbie coming through.
Yeah. I mean, on the driver.
Also through.
I mean, on the driver's part, it might have been that they want to get that practice going around that course at that speed, even if they're going to be requesting a reroll tomorrow. It never hurts a little extra practice on these wheels, on this road.
Yeah, and you know, I think drivers, you know, especially in recent years, as there's been a, you know, the COVID years, there's been a bit of a loss of institutional knowledge within organizations. So these drivers have only been on the course for either 1 or 2 years for the most part. So I think, you know, there's been an added emphasis on safety this year.
Yes, the transition right there from 4 to the 5, that was really looking fast for CIAA. And Fringe B, you can still see him in the back right there. This is going to be close. Again, the time to beat a 209.26.
They are flying uphill 5 here.
Yeah,
this is going to be very close.
You can see a really talented push team right here by CIAA. Coming across, hand on the push bar, 207.94. That is looking to be the top time of the day.
And
so
Fringe.
even with that closeness, and here comes Fringe B, going to be putting up a very good, very competitive time. Looking to beat their A team, potentially a 220.83 right there. And that's probably going to knock their A team out of day 2 and put them in about 9th place. But the real story there, CIAA super fast, even with that kind of chaos on Hill 1 and Hill 2, unfazed by it. and a really fast time.
If anything, there was a little more adrenaline for the CIA Hill 1 and Hill 2 pushers, seeing how close it was. Sometimes that actually generates some of the quickest push times. And this was very close. And certainly CIA was laying it down, coming down the hill. Their free roll time, exactly the trap, exactly on top of Spirit. So the two quickest buggies matching each other to the 100th of a mile per hour would be the CIA A and Spirit A.
Yeah. And again, just a reminder, folks, please do not go onto the course. There are a few exhibitions coming up on here. But wow,
and here we're seeing drops for Kingfisher, so we'll know now, at least in terms of drops, whether this is going to stand for tomorrow.
So Kingfisher is also a bird, isn't it? And a
It
roadrunner
is.
is a bird. There's a lot of buggies named after birds.
And
there's a celebration for
joy.
a successful drops.
So I think that the flying Winkamus is the next buggy named after a bird. It's a rare beast. But, I'm just giving that up for free.
And that time, the 207.88, that would have been a winning time last year. That was faster than SDC's top time. So really awesome to see the class out of CIA. Pika right behind a couple seconds later. I did hear there was a protest made against Pike for a, I believe it was a 4-5 transition, as well as something else there. So again, a lot to be seen after Chairman's. But overall, I think one of the biggest takeaways on both the men's and the women's side here was, all in all, really clean racing. Only one buggy didn't finish. That was the break we saw there with Kingpin, some smart driving.
We now have a T-shirt being used.
Yeah. So all in all, real clean driving. Just got word from sweepstakes. All re-rolls will be figured out and done tomorrow. So none going to come here. We are going to have some exhibitions. But what are some big takeaways from you all from this first day of racing here?
I really think that it speaks how cleanly it's gone, how smoothly it's gone. No spin outs, no nothing, no weirdness besides like a couple little things. Really speaks to how much work these teams have put into prepping their buggies and really working hard this year to be more prepared. Last year we had a ton of just little logistical DQs in really high like A and B teams, and I think those teams took it really seriously to come back this year. Without that, I know from the sweepstakes, and they've been hearing teams ask them about the DQs and how to prevent those and how to prepare. And last week's truck weekend was really, really clean, especially on day 2. A lot of the day 1 snafus were sorted out, and so it's just a really great thing for Buggy, I think, as a whole, to see all these teams getting their selves together and putting out such great times.
Yeah, I think for me, the two big takeaways. One, I was not expecting any sub 210 times today, so the fact that we have two bodes really well, both for those teams. For tomorrow, I think Spirit can do it also, based on how they rolled today. I think SIGEP can probably do it if they can clean up some stuff. And then the other thing is just, it's nice to be back. Like last year we were back, but it still felt a little weird. This time it feels like carnival. Like it feels like a race day. I feel like everything's going well so far. It's been a blast to be out here. There's a ton of people out here. There's a lot of energy out here, and it's been a great day.
My takeaway is that we've had some pretty quick rolls. We've had clearly getting more practice this year than last year has paid off, because you had some spectacularly good shoot turns on some pretty quick buggies, and you see that in how they rolled out and how well these teams have done in terms of getting good finish times out of this race. So if we have races tomorrow, which I think the weather should support that, it's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, and what you're seeing right now is a spot safety check. So after the drivers come through drops, they still have to be checked to make sure that they have all their gear, that they're clipped in properly in the buggy, and that's being run by the safety chair or the assistant head judge. So that's another potential for DQ. If the driver's running without their gear properly in, they will be disqualified, but all the teams are making really sure that that's what's going on.
We will be swapping out a number of people here in the booth. I want to thank everyone who's been on the broadcast this morning. Again, just a few exhibitions coming out after this. Just to run through a little bit of house clean tomorrow, rain or shine. Things are looking to get underway. Currently scheduled at 8:20 for the first exhibitions, but again, depending on weather, all that's subject to change. You can find all of that information at cmubuggy.org. But we're looking, hopefully, to have finals on both the men's and women's side. CIA in the top spot so far. Can they hold on? Can they get that gold medal? Or we're going to have to wait and see. A lot of exciting racing yet to come. So thank you all for rocking with us. Again, I'm going to go ahead and switch over right here. And then we got a couple exhibitions coming up, and we will see you tomorrow morning. So hand it over to Ben Madsky.
Can someone run through the top 10 times? I missed it if you just did it.
Yeah, we can get the leaderboard pulled up.
Awesome.
There we go. All right. So for the men's heats, currently in 10th place, we've got CIAC with 220.03. In 9th place, CIAB rolling at a 218.55. 8th place, Signu A with 218.20. 7th, Spirit B at a 217.65. In 6th place, we have SIGEP B. This is the first trophy position with a 215.99. 5th place, Apex A with a 215.20. 4th place, SIGEP A with a 213.62. Spirit A in 3rd place with a 212.65. 2nd place, we have Pike A with a 209.26. And in 1st place, currently, we have CIAA with a 207.88.
Right. Who's in 11th and 12th and would be benefiting if any of these buggies met with a DQ?
Yeah, if somebody were to have messed up on the course and caused a DQ of some kind, in 11th place, the first one to move up would be Fringe B with a 220.77, just edged out by CIAC by 0.7 seconds there. And at 12th, we've got Apex B at a 223.67. And if it just so happens that we had as many as we did last year, we've got Fringe A then in 13th with a 226.46.
All right. So certainly Fringe is not going to be doing the rain dance tonight, and they're going to hope for at least one DQ.
At least one.
Because otherwise they're shut out of the top 10.
Completely. Absolutely.
Right. So it's getting ever more pleasant down here, but the crowd has started to shrink. So please stay off the course. We have several exhibitions coming.
Absolutely. We've got a few exhibitions left today. I've heard that we are not doing any rerolls today. All of those will be tomorrow.
What I'm amazed at is how cleanly everything has run so far. We've had, one intentional break, and nobody else ended their race down here by me. So I had a pretty uneventful morning in terms of spins and whatnot, which is a testament to the fact that the drivers were brought up to speed methodically
we're
this
starting
spring.
here, Mark, so let's hear the timer.
I'll shut up.
Here we go. And they're off. Hill 1 going up the line.
I believe
Fringe.
these are two Fringe teams?
I understand we have a Fringe team and an Apex team going here. It looks like Apex is borrowing potentially Fringe buggy. At least that's what I'm told. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's the next heat. That is the next exhibition. I got it backwards. So these are, yes, two Fringe teams. We've got Bumper in lane 2 there, and Burnout, if I'm correct, in lane 1. Going up here, getting up to the stop sign. Now, because this is an exhibition, the 5-second DQ at the start line there doesn't quite count, doesn't really matter. But that hard landing, getting the buggy to the line, that did not feel well, I'm certain. By the way, everybody, this is on WRCT Pittsburgh 88.3. Thanks for listening in. All right, coming along here, going down the free roll. Bumper looking pretty smooth, although not necessarily the fastest, as we understand it. We'll see if Bumper or Burnout is able to catch up to it.
It's all going to depend on these back hills.
Absolutely, it'll all come down the back hills, and we'll see if there are any shenanigans as they come through. Stop sign time 107. Burnout right behind 110.
It's pronounced chicanery and shenanigans.
Chicanery and shenanigans. Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
It's great to have those corrections here. We want to be as technical as possible. Oh, this is an exhibition. We might be seeing a pass here on an exhibition. That is not what we want to see. Hopefully this was planned because Bumper is staying quite wide there.
Oh, they're dancing down here, both of them.
They're just showing off.
Good driving on both parts. They just had a nice little swapperoo, as they would call it, technically speaking.
Yeah, I really hope that was planned. Given what I was seeing, I'm voting yes.
It would be an easy bet to think that Bumper was going to get caught and pass.
Absolutely.
So I think you could plan that out.
Certainly. And given that it is an exhibition and you're not as worried about the time, you could certainly work on some breaks there, touch lightly. All right, getting up into hill 4. So far, they're keeping it simple. Only one pusher per hill. All the shenanigans going on.
I hate to break it to the broadcast at large, but I will not be pushing 85.
You don't want to reprise your roll from the...
I made such a large dent last time when I fell.
They fixed it.
I had to pave it, but I don't want that expense.
Hey, it's a small price to pay for repaved hills. We need to get these roads repaved as much as we can.
I think I'm handing off the headset, so I will bid everyone adieu.
Who will be joining us in the shoot? Ethan, all right. Looking forward to having you, Ethan.
Yeah.
We are coming up to the finish line. Getting pretty close there. Ethan is taking over. There you go. And across the line at around 2:58. All right. For an exhibition heat, that is just fine, especially after a pass like that.
Exactly.
Nice to
Got
see.
the hand on the push bar, and we're good.
Absolutely. All right. So how was your day? You were working with sweepstakes today, right?
Yes, I am the go-between between sweepstakes and the booth here. For those of you who don't know, I'm Elizabeth. I'm this year's first ever sweepstakes marketing and communications director. So someone finally decided that sweepstakes has a lot to do and doesn't want to handle their own emails, so that's all me. Not actually, I do not check James's email, but you know.
James can still be responsible for his own emails, but other people have someone to email.
Yeah, other people have someone to email, and then I just forward it to James,
There you
but
go.
you know, it works. So yeah, we've just been out here just making sure everything gets communicated back and forth. Beautiful day for Buggy.
Absolutely.
I mean, especially compared to last year where everyone was just a little cold and miserable.
Yeah. And now that you've introduced yourself, I'll introduce myself. Now that we have a nearly full complement, Connor Hayes will be joining us after he finishes his exhibition, I believe, if he makes it up to the booth. I am Ben Matsky. I've been involved with the BA for a while at this point, helping out in random things here and there. And joining us again to fill in for Connor, we have Brian Arsham.
Yes, I am back from the men's heats, just to razz Connor as he pushes up this hill until he can take over this spot.
Absolutely. And down in the chute, who are you?
I'm Ethan right now.
Ethan right now?
Yeah, it was Mark.
It was Mark. It's now Ethan. And who are you, Ethan? Where would we know you from?
I am a CIA member right now. I am the former chair, and yeah, I'm just hanging out, broadcasting. Happy to be here.
You're saying you're a current student then?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. We're happy to have you. Thanks for joining.
I'm dropping my mic too.
It should be a headset. You don't have to hold on to it.
Well, so let me ask, as a current student who is involved in Buggy, how do you feel about Buggy today and your team in particular?
Oh, I'm so excited. That was an org record. Absolute insane time, and we think we can blow it out of the water tomorrow if we get good rolls. We did not have our full A-team lineup on that one.
Oh my.
Wow.
How do you mean that they didn't have the full A-team lineup?
So we had some injuries leading up to this race day, and our A1 pusher is still recovering, so we may or may not sub him out tomorrow.
I see. So hopefully you set up your rosters nice and...
We did.
Good, good. That's one of the trickiest parts the teams can have, is making sure you have your substitutions prepared.
I feel like there's also just a lot of logistics involved that maybe your everyday Buggy viewer might not know. Just the number of things that chairmen have to do to make sure logistically, like if they do not get those, they could be fined, they could be even DQ'd.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of logistics that happen behind the scenes, both for the teams and for sweepstakes as a whole. Putting on this event is quite the circus sometimes, but we get it together and it's a lot of fun every time.
Yeah, and I think, you know, during the men's heats, I think we had mentioned when Fringe A put up a time and Fringe B has a faster time, to this point, you know, you have to set up your rosters accordingly. I think Elena had mentioned that Fringe B could potentially swap in some or all of their 18 pushers, but you have to list alternates for the team. If you don't, the standard practice is your A team is your alternates for your B team. But I think either last year or 2019, one of the teams didn't do it that way, and their A team was disqualified, and they were kind of out of luck with their B team. The good news is Fringe did do that properly, so if they needed to, if they do want to swap or need to swap out anyone, their A team was their backup for their B team. So even if the B team is the top one, they have the freedom to do what they need to do tomorrow.
Now, really quick here, what we're just looking at on the screen there, because just as a sign of how nice and hot it is today, and got some great photo ops going on down there as well. But you saw the buggies with their hatches open. There has been a recommendation from the safety chair and a number of others to open up the hatches as soon as possible. It does get pretty toasty in those buggies with all this heat and soaking that up. So they've been popping the hatches off, giving the driver some much needed relief and some airflow going on in there.
There's Connor, our Buggy Alumni Association president.
Absolutely. He's getting ready for a Hill 2 then?
I believe he's pushing
down
Hill
1. Oh, there he is on camera.
He is pushing Hill 1 shockingly. I'm staring because Adam McHugh is an honorary Apex member, I feel like, and has pushed their exhibition heats before, and I'm wondering if he's pushing today, but he seems to be behind me now, so I guess he's not.
He's coming over. Here we go. Here's the countdown.
Are they rolling alone? I thought there was another team in here.
There is supposed to be the SIGAP alumni, but it seems
all right, well, we got Apex alone, and Connor is putting up a respectable Hill 1, passing it off to a 1.5. We do have a 1.5, followed by a 1 3/4. So we're going, there might not be a 1 3/4. There might just be a 2.
He eventually got there. Oh, Trevor. Too much of a shove, not enough in the legs.
Oh, wait, was that Sydney? Sorry, was that Sydney Baker pushing the Hill 1 3/4?
Oh, I think you might be right.
I think so. I think that was,
and
or attempting to.
Roll. And remind me, the buggy we've got going on here. Molotov, is that correct?
Yes, this is Molotov.
Yes. Been going through so many buggies, they've all been blurring together. Trying to put some rosters together. Looking pretty smooth, though.
I apologize to both Trevor and Sydney for that inside joke.
But that's what exhibitions are all about.
Yeah, and Sydney already okayed me saying that sort of thing with an evil
104.
So.
The non-filler alumni.
All right. That's right. And here we go. Into the transition flag.
Into the first flag.
There we go. Go ahead, Ethan.
Maintaining that speed. And she comes into the shoot flag. Nice, clean line.
And I believe, there's a buggy podcast called, I'm not going to say the name, but we refer to it as CTS, hosted by Will Weiner, produced by Rachel Schmidt. And they did an episode with Apex this year, basically members from the entire run of Apex, and talking about the build for Molotov and some of these others. If I remember correctly, Molotov is built to be a very stable. It's not necessarily the fastest buggy, but it's a very stable, solid build. I'm getting an evil glare now from the actual Sydney Baker.
I think she heard you.
She may have.
Yes.
But yeah, so Molotov, not necessarily the fastest buggy, but a solidly built one, and going pretty well here in the exhibitions as they hit a Hill 4 and 3/4, some number of Hill 4.
So I'm getting word that we will not be having our 8th exhibition of the day. The Pike Insignia one will not be racing this afternoon. So this is the last heat of the day. Closing it out strong with Apex.
And here, there may have been a bit of miscommunication on that Hill 4.75 to 5.3 transition, but coming up here on Hill 5.6.
Is that Kaylee Boyle?
We'll go back in time.
And then 5.8. I don't know. We're calling it random numbers. It looks like maybe one more Hill 5 pusher coming to the finish
line. That's about how
line.
my timing was going today.
A solid 3:03.
3:03. Not bad.
Pretty solid exhibition time.
Absolutely.
Very respectable.
Great way to end a beautiful prelim day.
Beautiful prelim day. So guys,
and a nice way to get all your alums out on the course and doing something.
Absolutely. So just to sort of wrap things up for today, I was running around all over the place. What were you guys' takeaways from the day? Start us off.
Yeah, I think echoing a lot of what other people have said, this really just feels like a really great way to get back into the full swing of things. Like race day is back, carnival is back. A lot of our long-loved traditions are back and they're improving. I think for a lot of different orgs, last year was kind of relearning, and you can tell just from our times this year on the course, just from prelims, like teams have learned, we're ready, nothing exciting happened, which is, I mean, exciting as in safety-wise happened, no spin-outs, only one, again, controlled stop, so looking pretty good.
And I think it's been, like I said before, it's been a great day. It's been a lot of fun, and honestly, I haven't mentioned this yet, but I'm looking very forward to tomorrow's all-gender heat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
The first new division that Buggy has officially had since 1979.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not including autonomous there?
Not an official division.
Not an official
Yes,
division. Okay.
yeah.
Unofficial division.
But the nice thing actually about that all-gender heat is that there are 6 places for that, much like there are the 6 places of women's and the 6 places of men. So it's really going out as a fully built division, which is really exciting.
Yeah, great participation in that.
Certainly. All right.
I don't know what the wrap-up process is here. I'll vamp for another 3 hours.
We are looking forward to we have some events later today. The Buggy Bash is happening tonight at 7 p.m.
Yep.
So you can always check out more information if you would like at cmubuggy.org.
And as we've mentioned throughout the broadcast, there's a sweepstakes meeting later today to determine what the official DQs are.
Right.
To stay informed, check out cmubuggy.org. That'll have the full heats for tomorrow once they've been finalized, and any DQs that and any of the teams that were DQ'd, they should be listed on the site. So that when we're here bright and early, I believe race day starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow, with a few exhibitions, and then the all genders heats, and then the women's final, women's and men's re-rolls.
Yep.
I'm not sure the order between re-rolls and all gender.
All genders are at least for the schedule we have now. We have re-rolls and then all gender division, and then we go right into the rest of finals.
Yeah, so it'll be another great day tomorrow. So yeah, cmubuggy.org will have all the information that you need to know for tomorrow. And then we got the Buggy Bash tonight at 7 in Schatz. There's a history buggy tomorrow at 3 p.m. There's also going to be a photo on the course tomorrow at the bottom of Hill 1.
Yeah, we liked what we did last year. Everybody who's around is tries to gather down at the base of Hill 1. So about 10 to 20 minutes after the last roll of the day, we're going to take a nice big picture with everybody who shows up.
And hopefully there'll be even more people here tomorrow because it's finals. It's Saturday, and knock on wood, it's nice weather.
We got a plastic table, unfortunately.
Knock on wood, it's nice weather.
And then of course tomorrow, after everything is said and done, we have the awards ceremony.
Yeah.
Well after. So as far as we are, that's enough for us. So we are good for today, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Pittsburgh, WRCT 88.3.